You're there, I believe.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. And what's happening on the screen there, Emma? It's just winding up, is it? Okay. It's going live. Okay, that's fine. We'll just wait for a second. Right. All right, we're good to go. Thank you. Okay, welcome everyone to this hearing 23, commercial and mixed use zones. Thanks to those who are coming in person and those who are zooming in. We're having a sort of a hybrid hearing today. Two of the commissioners are zooming in and they'll appear on your screens with a lovely backdrop there, Raymond. Lovely backdrop of Kaikoura, is it? Yeah, very nice. And I have Commissioner Mark Alexander with me. Gary raised my name. Thank you for joining in, everyone. We've got this hearing set down for today only. We think we can finish around about 3 o'clock today. We'll see how that goes. And just to start the hearing, the documents that the panel have received to date include the Section 42A report, which arrived early in the piece. The panel asked some questions of the officer which have been responded to and are now posted on the website. So they're responses to our preliminary questions. We've since had an addendum to the 42A report prepared by Jessica, which corrects some omissions or rather corrects some errors in the report or deals with things that weren't dealt with to her satisfaction. So that we've now got that report as well. That's the addendum to the 42A report. And the officer's response to the questions from the panel. We've also received a supplementary statement of evidence from Joe Jeffries on behalf of Kaina Ora. That's a statement by their planner in response to matters raised in the addendum report. So the other documents we also have some tabled statements from Ms. Foote from Orion, Mr. Dale from Corrections. We have a statement from Insight, which is on behalf of the telecommunication providers. Ministry of Education have tabled a statement, and Urban and Environmental have also produced a statement on behalf of Bunnings. So we have a range of documents plus the original submissions that people have lodged, further submissions, all of that material the panel will consider in due course. But today we're going to start with Rolleston Square Limited. Mr. Bathurst, I believe you're the first one up. So thank you for coming to the hearing. And if you'd like to come forward and turn your microphone on, and we'll hear from you now. Thank you. I believe your submission, sir, is at section 12147 of the section 42A report. Is addressed under the topic of glazing and active frontages. So we're in your hands as to how you wish to present that to us. Thank you.
Okay. I presume you can hear me adequately through the mask.
Please take the mask off. Yes.
Okay. Right.
Just move the microphone slightly closer.
Well, as previously noted, I'm a director of Rolleston Square Limited and Rolleston Retail Limited. My studies have been at Lincoln University under the BCom and Valuation and Property Management program. Our companies own the land and buildings for many small format stores in Rolleston Town Centre. We don't own the Countdown, the Warehouse or Noel Leeming, but we do own a couple of large format retail mini majors, Supercheap Auto and Postie, and also Rolleston Central Health. So firstly, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Recent events in New Zealand and Europe show how fortunate we are to live in a civilised democracy. I will focus on the role of town centres, and although Rolleston and other Selwyn town centres suffer from a lack of planning, we're actually achieving a good result by making the best of the zoned land. And locals and visitors alike keep giving approval by turnover results, by online surveys, and by anecdotal comments. Those of us that live here will appreciate your support in making our town centres as strong as possible. They have a very important role in bringing people together. I note in Appendix 2, recommended amendments, LCZP1 states, to enable a range of activities provided that they are of a scale and nature that does not detract from the role and function of the town centre zone. And we are already having attacks on the town centre zones. I agree that Selwyn town centres can't be readily understood from a drive-by, but the locals understand them. Visitors find what they want, and to weaken the town centres would have significant environmental, economic, and social costs, even if those aren't readily measured. The most important role of town centres after the convenience of local commerce is the social good they create, as well as arranged meetings in cafes and restaurants, etc. They have a wider role as the focal point for the community, where people have a chance to stop and talk when they have chance meetings. We build extra wide walkways. We shelter our people from predominant easterly winds. Aucklanders don't even understand that. But we build informal seating areas, and even more than ever, we're building with glass canopies so people have a better connection with the outside world. For readers of the Christchurch Press on Saturday, who noted the results of Canterbury University's study on public health with regards to fast food outlets, dairies, vape stores and liquor outlets, I note that when council was forced to provide zoning for the sale of psychoactive substances, Rolleston Square immediately banned such products from its leases. We also prohibit the sale of cigarettes and vaping products and liquor outlets, despite the fact that liquor outlets in particular are prepared to pay a significant rental premium. And now for the particular submissions, and I note that most of our concerns were a matter of definition or interpretation. TCZ R1.8b and TCZ R1.10b. And I appreciate the amended term structural modifications to the exterior of the building with regard to the requirement for active frontage to existing stores. Nothing more needs to be said. My bigger concern is this. Those who want all town centre buildings to have an active frontage to the road/footpath and car parks to the rear or the side would damage town centres and some of the good that they bring. The value of being able to drive into a centre, look around and find where you want to go, then move freely about, has been appreciated even more with COVID-19. While indoor shopping centres have been avoided by many, our centres have traded exceptionally well. The word in the market is that indoor shopping centres are going to be in a difficult position for a very long time. I think we can get used to people being concerned about future pandemics as well as this one. While we actively support SIPTED design, and we've even been fighting banks recently to improve this, there are stores who simply won't come to our town centres because their security would be severely compromised if they would have to have active frontage. They need solid walls and more for security, and even bomb-proof glass in their front doors. We have that already. Large format retail should be in town centres for social, environmental and economic reasons, including to support the smaller shops. So forcing them out of town centres would be detrimental to all. Alternatively, if they did provide active frontage, they would be subjected to significantly increased crime. And most of us appreciate that presently Selwyn has a quarter of the crime of New Zealand cities. For those that don't understand the other problems that are caused by putting car parks at the rear or side of shops, I suggest they discuss with Commissioner Alexander the case of a body in the boot of a car for a week in a car park at the rear of a supermarket in Woolston. So perhaps council should note that where security is a significant problem, it will consider these matters by resource consent on a case-by-case basis. Finally, a small one with TCZ Rule 5. We requested that the keeping of animals for other purposes, for example, to operate a vet clinic, be specifically noted in the PDP. Council's position that operating a vet clinic allows for the keeping of animals, and we appreciate that. Finally, I would suggest that if you want to understand Selwyn's town centres better, and retail in particular, that you contact Jeff Veazey. He's a highly respected and ethical commercial agent and a part-time lecturer at Lincoln University for the BCom Valuation and Property Management Studies. He provides leasing and sales service to most of the landowners in our key activity centres and has an excellent understanding of the issues.
I'll just see if we have any questions. Just first of all, Mr. Bathurst, when I did a search of your submission, it came up in the staff report in relation to transparent glazing and painting of signage. Did you raise some other matters that you touched on today to do with other rules? Is that?
We raised the matter of people installing walls immediately behind transparent glazing, but there's been no reply to that.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Solomon, that's Rowan. Have you got any questions of Mr. Bathurst? Can you hear me okay, Rowan?
Yeah, no questions.
No
thank
questions?
you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. And I'll ask Lindsay while we're on the screen. So, Lindsay, Mr. Commissioner Daish, have you got any questions of Mr. Bathurst?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Bathurst. I don't have a lot. Your submission was very clear to me, but one of your initial comments was that the town centres are under attack. Can you just expand? I presume you're talking about Rolleston, but can you just expand the reasons for that statement?
Okay. I note that Lincoln has had applications for a supermarket out of the town centre also. My concerns for Rolleston are twofold. Firstly, that we have a large format centre zoned on the other side of the railway line. To my view, that is a very bad mistake. Secondly, Foodstuffs are applying to take a pack and save supermarket away from the town centre and claiming that there is no land for such a use in the town centre. Yes, they have 7 hectares. It takes about 2 hectares to create a pack and save. So in my view, they're looking to create an alternative centre.
So in terms of Rolleston itself, is the existing available town centre zoned land enough for the foreseeable future, or is there potential in the future that additional non-town centre zoned land will need to be found to provide for the necessary services, the necessary commercial services in Rolleston?
Very good question, and that concerns a future hearing, because the land between Tennyson Street and Rolleston Drive is proposed under this PDP to become a transitional zone. We don't know when it will transition and what it will transition into. So that's obviously the perfect place to expand the town centre over time.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of your issues you've raised with active frontages, and other submitters have raised that as well. When you're a shopper or a visitor to a town centre location and you've got a multiplicity of different shops, doesn't the amount of glazing and being able to actually see into the shop actually add to the vitality and vibrancy of the town centre?
Yes, and I think what we need is a mix, and we need to put those that cannot have a full active frontage into particular places where it's more acceptable. And for instance, we have 3 mini majors, for want of a better term, Super Cheap being the first of them, and the other two yet to arrive for the building that used to be housing the warehouse when it first came to Rolleston. It was so successful, of course, that they trebled the size to build the new warehouse. So with those three mini majors, they need real security. And yes, they will have glass doors. In one case, a lobby, which is all glazed, but they simply cannot handle large areas of glazed frontage. So I think if we put them sensitively and not in the centre, then we're doing the right thing.
But that is a particular decision of the owners of the building to place them rather than being a particular district plan control. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I think good planning of centres will ensure that those are not smack in the middle of it. The warehouse, of course, has similar security concerns.
Okay, thank you for that. No further questions, Chair.
Commissioner Alexander?
No, thank you. I think Commissioner Dace has actually addressed the questions I had regarding Mr. Beath's comments about active frontages. So no further questions.
Okay, and thank you for that. I just had one question, was in relation to the rules that you're opposing, if you like, the rules that you've taken issue with. Would you accept that they could be dealt with through or any particular requirements could be dealt with through a resource consent process, or is that something you'd rather not do, or do you think there'll be some circumstances where a case could be argued for an exemption and therefore the consent process is the right way to deal with that?
Yeah, I guess having a set of rules that doesn't allow some tenancies in the first place creates a barrier and it creates a hurdle. And I think that that's unfortunate. I think that it would be better to create rules that allow for those uses only when they're sensitively placed.
Yeah, there's a difficulty with a rule like that because it requires a subjective judgment, you know. But I take your point. You know, you're saying some more thought should be put into where they could be allowed as a permitted activity. Is that your point there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. No, thank you. We have no further questions. Thanks for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go to the next submitter now, who's Cook Family Trust. I presume that's not you. Okay. So do we have anyone from Cook Family Trust, Jan Marie and Robert Lynham Trust? No. They're not zooming in. No. Okay. All right. We'll certainly have a look at their submission when we come to do our deliberations. And then we go to Foster Commercial, who aren't appearing. I just wanted to, I'm not quite sure why they're not coming or we had late notice of that, but I certainly had some questions for Ms. Hart, who had a statement prepared. So what we'll do is, as a panel, we'll compile our questions when we meet tomorrow for Ms. Hart and send those through to her. So I don't think we need to discuss those right now. Okay, and that means that we're well ahead of schedule, but I'm wondering if we can ask you, Emma, to contact Kainaora, and if they're not able to come in now, we'll take a short break until they can. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Reid. They're on after. Yes, of course. Okay. Well, sorry, Mr. Reid. Are you able to come forward now? Yes. Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed you out there.
No problem.
So we have Mr. Reid from Castle Hill Adventure Tours. Thank you. Thank you for coming along. We've read your submission and we've read the reference to it in the staff report. So you're welcome to address us however you wish, and we might have some questions. So thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm representing a number of matters which really all pertain to Castle Hill Village. The first, oh, fine, thank you. The first one relates to really design features up there and the design controls, so that perhaps I could quickly, shall I read this?
I think it would be good. It's only 2 pages, is that right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
read
and
that
then
out.
I can answer some questions on that.
That's fine. Thank you.
So my full name is Donald John Stewart Reid, and I'm a director of Castle Hill Adventure Tours Limited. The proposed district plan proposes to increase the right to use corrugated metal sheeting on the exterior cladding of a building in Castle Hill Village from 20% to 80%. The further submission chat supports the status quo in Castle Hill Village with the retention of an 80% minimum of exterior cladding being timber and stone. The current rule therefore allows a maximum of 20% of metal sheeting on exterior cladding. In the Section 42A report, Jessica Tuilapa rejects the submissions by the Castle Hill Community Association and Castle Hill Adventure Tours Limited for the retention of the status quo on the basis that corrugated metal sheeting is widely used in Castle Hill and corrugated iron is a commonly used material in commercial centres. As the original developer of the Castle Hill Village, I submit that this change to the design rules that has been enforced in the village for over 40 years is a calamity if confirmed. I have been around the village in preparing this evidence and can confirm that there are only 3 houses that have any corrugated metal sheeting used as exterior cladding. I should add that there's probably about 160 houses there at the moment. 2 have this cladding on their garages, while their houses have timber 100%. There is only 1 house which utilises a small area of corrugated colour steel on a wall, and we have over 150 houses in the village, and they all have timber exterior cladding. There is no reason or justification for the suggested change. The assertion in the planning report that it is widely used in Castle Hill is totally rejected and clearly incorrect. And I presume that this mistake's been made because we've allowed the wide use of colour steel roofing materials on our village roofs. This combination of materials has produced the pleasing overall design effect that's so notably recognised as our village design concept. Using corrugated metal sheeting on the roof is totally different from using it on the walls. Design covenants. So it's important to note that the first 5 stages of the village have either 1 or 2 restrictive covenants registered on them, which set certain design rules administered by our design control committee. And this allows the colour scheme and cladding to be checked and approved. And any further buildings on these lots will be controlled by these covenants, and the committee will continue to administer these approvals on the basis of the current rules. The problem arises when village landowners and parts of the village around Luge Loop and Bevel Court, being a part of the village developed recently by Castle Hill Property Investments Limited, come to build. And these developers decided that the council were administering the design rules for alpine design set out in the district plan in conformity with the existing covenants, and decided it was simpler to leave this administration to the council alone. They had not bargained on the council deciding to make radical changes to these established design rules. The result of such a change would be that the latest part of the village to the north of Castle Hill Drive would be allowed to construct a house entirely clad with corrugated iron. To allow this would be a backward step and lead to that part of the village being totally out of character with the large majority of the village housing. And to propose such a change without any consultation with village residents or the developers, and in defiance of the request for the status quo from Castle Hill Community Association to remain in force, is a misunderstanding of the importance of the existing design rules. Village houses are clad in timber and should stay that way. Castle Hill Village has gained a reputation as an attractive alpine village of special character, and this has come about from considered interaction between the residents and the design committee to achieve a unique result that must be maintained. And to demand for residential sections means that the completion of the current stage of development, the remaining village zone will be developed. And it would be a tragedy if the current design rules were not maintained until the end of the development, so that the overall village design is upheld. That's my submission. What I brought with me, and I can leave with the panel, are some just photographs illustrating. I could just leave those with you if you like. There's the one house that has a metal cladding wall, but you can see that the bulk of the house is in timber. So that I've also shown where the covenants are, so that's helpful. This is the first main part of the village. This is the new development where the developer thought that the rules were being maintained by the council and didn't elect to put a restrictive covenant on, and that's where we could have the problem.
Whilst we haven't got those in front of us, have you got captions on those so we can understand?
have.
You have, okay, all right.
I've written clearly where they are.
Yep, thank you.
And I think you'll be able to see it quite clearly. That's showing the sort of timber houses that we have up there with the metal roofs. So I think that's all self-explanatory.
Well, what we'll do with those is we'll scan those and send them to the other commissioners so that we have them by tomorrow, so that we can look at those when we're deliberating. But thank you for that. Do you have anything else to add before we ask you questions?
So that on that particular topic, that's where that's all I have to say. So if you'd like me to continue,
Continue. You're going to talk about the LCZ zone.
Yes. Well, yes. I suppose before we go on to that, I should just mention that there is reflectivity and pitch of roof that come under the design control, but I don't have really much to say. The thing about reflectivity, perhaps just a quick word on reflectivity. We asked that some of those things be more perhaps spelt out in the, for example, chimney flues. Reflectivity clearly these are the silver shiny, but they're not really being administered. We put it in our design controls. When we give them approval, we say that they have to be coloured to match the roof. But at the moment, I would say that's, about 30% of them haven't. So that's a matter of policing that we're probably going to have to do through our covenant, but it would be very helpful if some of those things were administered more particularly by the council at the point where they sign off on housing. And I think what happened is that we made the suggestion, and the CHCA did as well, that some of these things could be enumerated. For example, the chimney flues, white pipes, waste pipes, and the third thing was the, which we're getting a lot more of, is the air conditioning units, which are predominantly white against a dark brown or black wall, you see. So that it's correct. I think that the planner said it's covered because of the reflectivity, which I think we accept. It is, but I think it's probably more of, do we need any more clarity, or is it just an administration problem?
What we might do, Mr. Reid, is take questions now on that issue before we move on to the next one, if that suits you, because they're quite slightly separate. So I'll just throw over to the panel. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Raywin, any questions at this stage?
No questions.
Good.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. First one's in relation to the covenants that there are on properties. Now, I'm in Wellington. I'm not that familiar with Castle Hill. I know where it is and so forth, but presumably it was a planned development, and the covenants went over every property zoned either residential or local centre zone. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, no,
Okay.
let me go back. That is the problem. There was a different title for the last part of the development, which is now in the hands of a new developer, and it didn't have that original covenant. But the bulk of the village did have a covenant, which was the same covenant, yes, right across the. So
Okay.
they had the option of either putting it on when they did the subdivision, but they elected to use the design rules that the council administer.
Yeah. Okay. So we're in a hearing on the commercial and mixed use zone, but a lot of your submissions was in relation to the residential properties that there are at Castle Hill. I presume this particular matter will also be considered at the residential hearings when they might be, which are reasonably unclear where they might be at the moment.
Yeah, maybe we'll get clarification. Jessica, are you able to comment on whether the first part that we're discussing now is relevant to the commercial mixed use zones, or is it more residential?
There are design controls on residential and also for the local centre. To date, the commercial development hasn't actually gone ahead unless something's happened in the very recent, just recently. So it does seem that some of this would be more relevant in the residential hearing, where it's also discussing what design controls apply to residential buildings. Granted, there could be residential above ground floor level in the local centre zone, which would be subject to these proposed design controls for an LCZ Rec 8. So it's a combination of both.
All right, that's fine. So we're at liberty to discuss it here. But yep, that's fine. I think that clarifies. It may come up again at another hearing on residential.
That was crossing my mind as you're discussing that it may well be that it's going to come up again. Then. Yeah, sure. Right.
And Commissioner Dace, did you have any follow-up questions on that aspect?
No, I don't. I'm just really focusing on the issue of the corrugated iron. It seems to be a fairly in modern times. It seems to be used fairly widespread around the place. So the objection is, from what I'm getting from your submission, the objection is really relating to everything else is in wood, glass, and stone, and corrugated iron, particularly for external facades, is out of kilter or inappropriate in that particular alpine location. Is that my understanding of your concerns?
That is correct, and we feel that there is that allowance of 20%, which we found that some people are using that, and that's sufficient. The 20% would give you virtually your garage with the metal cladding if you wish to have it.
Okay.
So we're recommending that the status quo should remain.
Okay,
The rest of the village, which is probably only the last 20%.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a follow-up, Mr. Reid, obviously there are restrictive covenants that you've got in place, and the district plan appears to me, without looking at all the residential rules, to be quite hands-on for that village. But at the same time, you're running covenants as well, partially, apparently not over all the properties, but I'm just trying to understand the sort of the marriage between the district plan controls and your village's own controls that you think are appropriate, and how those two blend together, if at all.
Well, it has crossed our minds that if, in fact, some of the things that I've mentioned about the control of white waste pipes and other various things that are small things, they're the ones that we still control with the covenants. But the district plan has largely copied our original covenants, so that in fact that's why I say that this final developer had thought that he didn't need to put in any specific covenant anymore, and hence the basis of our submission that if it could stay as the status quo, then I think we'll achieve it for the rest of the village.
Right. Okay. And I think you made a comment about consultation or a lack of it. I was just wondering to get to the point where the council are recommending reducing the controls on cladding. Do you know what led them to come to that conclusion? It wasn't from consultation with your group, obviously.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because, as I say, our community association put in a submission to leave things alone, and as far as I know, there hasn't been any consultation.
Okay, I don't think we have any further questions on that aspect, so you're welcome to go into the else.
Right. So I've been concerned that when we did the original planning for the village, the commercial area was quite clearly commercial area. And then over the years, the zone rules have changed to the extent that it is now quite permissible for residential development to take place in the commercial zone. I've been concerned that the area of commercial will be reduced to the point that it might become non-existent. That was one of our concerns, that the rules should be modified to keep it. So I support the local centre zone being as it's shown, and I also support that it should only have residential from the first floor upwards. And I put in a submission that the number of lots on the other side of that luge loop should be equally protected. But I've since seen their development, which I believe may have been already sold now, of some higher density and attractive apartments, and I wish to withdraw my comments for those lots 1 to 4.
So that's potentially been consented, did you say? Do you think it might have been?
Well, what you see, I think that there's a submission which I support from the developer to actually alter this is commercial zoning here, and to just confine it to the flat area near the thing. And so I support that too. It's just that we do want to protect a sufficient area for a town centre.
The reason I ask that is that if we were to grant the relief you're seeking, it would exempt that site from having to meet that control. And depending on whether they proceed with that development or not, the rules would allow them to have residential at ground floor.
And I'm suggesting that that area that I'd put in, yes, I think that's acceptable.
Based on the
design that they've.
All right. Okay. Understood. Yeah. Okay. And then you said something about the height restriction of 12
meters.
Right.
So my other point was that when we first did the development, we had approval for kind of, which I also leave with you, the sort of kind of development which would allow up to 2.5 to 3 story, 2.5 with a 3rd story in the roof, so that we in these buildings. And that was because it was just a recession plane. We didn't actually have a height restriction on the commercial. But subsequently it was decided, the district plan then brought in a height restriction, which was 8 meters, being the same as the residential. And I'd simply contend that that's too restrictive for a commercial area. And so I've given some examples of the kind of thing that could be allowed and which 12 meter height would be more appropriate.
Have any questions on that?
So
second?
that I think probably covers it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mark, do you have any questions on that second part? Rowan, any questions, Rowan?
So not on this topic, and maybe not. My questions are more around the outstanding natural landscape area, so I don't think it's for this hearing either.
No, it's probably we're just asking questions on this particular aspect at this point, but we'll make a note
Okay.
of that. Ask it
Okay.
at the right time. Yeah, thank you. Lindsay?
No, I'm clear on that. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Reed. If you're able to leave those things with us, we'll have them copied and scanned. Would you like those back, or would you like the originals back?
They're fine.
Okay, well, we'll take those. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, we'll be back again for outstanding natural landscape.
We'll see if the panel can get up and have a look at. I mean, I know the size to live out at QE, but we'll see if the rest of the panel can do a site visit up there at some stage. Bearing in mind that you're going to come back to us at some stage to address us.
We certainly are,
Yeah.
because we have other matters up there. So
all right.
it'd be good to have a meeting up there.
Yeah. Well, we probably won't meet you as such, but we'll certainly have a
No.
look around. Yeah. Yep.
Of course, we don't know yet, do we, when we're having hearings for rezonings and
it's possible there'll be a different panel hearing that aspect too. So we'll keep our options open, but I think it would be useful to have a trip there for some members of the panel anyway. All right. Well, thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Okay. Now we'll just check and see whether our kind of aura friends are here. Yes, I think they are. Yes. Thank you for coming along. We'll just get ourselves organised and be with you very shortly. Relevant documents here. Twin aura. Right. Right, Ms. Sample, thank you for coming along. We're in your hands. We're willing to take you right now if you wish.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. And thank you for allowing us to Zoom in again, which helps, of course, with travel. I just wanted to clarify to start off with, because you do probably have a plethora of documents from us, and there's been a bit of a flurry of activity just immediately prior to the hearing. So in relation to what you should have in front of you, there's a brief of evidence from Mr. Jeffreys dated the 18th of February. Now, there was an addendum to the officer's report that, although dated the 15th of February, so prior to Mr. Jeffreys' evidence being lodged, we only received on the 3rd of March. And so accordingly, Mr. Jeffreys has prepared a piece of supplementary evidence that responds to that addendum, which is dated the 4th of March and which was filed on Friday afternoon, and I understand circulated to you at that time. And I am not sure if you will have had the opportunity over the weekend to review that. I'm very happy for Mr. Jeffreys to read that in full if that would be more useful.
Yes, we do. We do have that, and yes. I think it's slightly unusual, but I think we'll take it because it helps us. It's quite a, I must say, it's quite a complex issue that's raised, and we want you to help us as best you can with that, and we may. I certainly have read it, but if you can help us understand it, and we'll go to the officer as well, that would really assist. So thank you.
Certainly, and I think also there were some questions from the commissioners which were circulated towards the end of last week as well, and I see that there have been some responses to those which have been provided this morning, and so we are doing our best to keep up with the position on height. And to try and work out exactly where everything has landed. But we are perhaps in a similar position to you in that we're trying to work our way through it. And I think the other thing that is clear in the council officer's response to questions around height is that there is a difficulty at the moment in terms of implementing or seeking to try and implement or get ahead of the Enabling Act provisions and the medium density residential standards when, of course, we don't know exactly what's happening in those residential zones as yet. And I think that is what's creating the complexity. So I might just work through two topics that are in my legal submissions and then hand you over to Mr. Jeffreys. We're both very happy to answer questions and to, as you say, help as best we can in the way that we see this. So the first topic that I really want to address you on relates to this issue, which is set out at section 4 of my legal submissions and relates to the status of residential activity within these centre zones. And as you'll see, residential activity, any residential activity, is a restricted discretionary activity. And Kāinga Ora has sought that there be at least some permitted activity for residential, and particularly when one considers what the purpose of these zones are as mixed-use zones, and particularly when one considers the focus that we now have at a national planning level on increasing the opportunity for residential development. And so, as I say in paragraph 4.3 of my submissions, the absence of any permitted baseline for residential development has the potential to become a significant disincentive to that form of development, which we say is contrary to the intent of both the NPSUD and indeed the Amendment Act in terms of its focus on providing for more opportunity for residential development. And we've had, I think we all knew this, but the High Court has helpfully reminded us again that a restricted discretionary activity doesn't form part of a permitted baseline. It's not a permitted activity, and nor can you suggest that it forms part of an existing environment, even if the zone statement expressly provides for that activity, because there's no certainty that that form of activity will occur. And our concern is that that means, in the absence of any permitted arrangements for residential activities, that residential activity in these zones is perversely disincentivised because there's no baseline against which to assess effects. And so it is our position, and the position of Mr. Jeffries as our expert planner, that as a matter of sound resource management policy, it's that residential activity, at least one residential unit, preferably more, would be identified within the provisions as a permitted activity. Now, in relation to building heights, I think perhaps the best place to start in relation to that is perhaps the comment that has most recently been made by the council officer in relation to in responding to your questions, which is really indicating that it is not clear yet, excuse me, how the medium density residential standards will be applied, and that as a result there is some difficulty in reaching a position in relation to the town centre zones, which sit alongside those residential zones, and perhaps from what I understand in that response to questions, an expectation that those heights might be revisited via the variation that is required under the Amendment Act in relation to those residential zones. Now, I'm not sure that I've picked that up completely properly, but what I can say in relation to Kāinga Ora's position on heights is really that where possible, we need to be looking at increased heights in these zones. There is an expectation, a requirement, that the medium density residential standards will be introduced in the relevant residential zones, which will get you up to 11 or 12 metres as the height limits in those areas. So to then have urban areas, to have centre zones which support those residential zones, which have heights that are lower, does not make sound resource management sense in our view. Those centre zones need to be supporting those residential zones, and generally you would anticipate that they would have higher height limits. So as the residential zones go up in response to the Enabling Act, the expectation should be that those centre zones go up as well. Now, I think that's where we might have got to in the responses that have come back from the council officer today. I think those heights have all been suggested to be increased, and where I think I understand them to fall, and I wonder if I might take you to the table that is in my 5.1. And I wonder if I might just talk you through where I think we've landed by expanding out that table. And I apologise that I wasn't able to get this in writing to you earlier. But I think where we're at is in TCZ REQ2 Precinct 1, which is the Rolleston core. My understanding is notified 15 metres, now recommended 18 metres, and that is consistent with Kāinga Ora's position. In relation to TCZ REQ2 Precinct 2, which is the Rolleston Fringe, as notified 10 metres, I understand that the recommendation is now 15 metres. Kāinga Ora sought 12 metres, but you'll see in Mr. Jeffrey's supplementary evidence that he is supportive of 15. And again, just about bringing those heights up and creating that opportunity for intensification in those areas. TCZ REQ2 Precincts 4 and 5, which is the Lincoln Town Centre, as notified 12 metres. My understanding is that the response now from Council Officer is to retain that at 12 metres. Kāinga Ora sought 18 metres, so consistent with the Rolleston core. And then for Darfield and Leaston, TCZ REQ2, notified at 10 metres. My understanding is that the officer is continuing to recommend 10 metres, although there is a specific response in that response to your panel questions that just has confused me a little bit. Kāinga Ora sought 12 metres, so again seeking that increased opportunity within those areas. LCZ REQ2, including Prebbleton, 10 metres as notified, 10 metres now recommended. Again, Kāinga Ora seeks 12 metres in those areas. And NCZ REQ2, 8 metres as notified, 10 metres is now recommended, and again, Kāinga Ora has sought 12. So we are, I think, closer. The council officer and Kāinga Ora now closer in terms of those height limits, but still, we would say, and particularly when one considers what will inevitably come about as a result of the provisions of the Enabling Act being worked through in those residential zones, that it is appropriate for higher height limits to be in those town centre zones.
All right,
yep.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you for that. Now, we haven't absorbed fully what you've just said, but in terms
it
of
does not surprise me.
No. But what I will ask you is in the officers, I think it's the addendum report. Hold on. No, the response to questions from the panel.
Yes.
I think it's the third page, and there's a series of bullet points at the bottom of the page, and that's where the officer clarifies what her recommendations are for all of those zones. And you all have seen that? Have you seen?
Yes, we've seen that this morning. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So what you've told us, your understanding is based on that and what the officer is, and what we would like you to do, if you don't mind, is to update your table 4.1,
yes.
5.1.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to bring all that together, and then we'll just ask the officer to clarify that you've got that right in terms of,
yes.
And then we'll have something in front of us that we can have a good look at.
Yes,
all right.
I think that's helpful. Perhaps I would say the one thing that I am not clear about from the answer to the panel's questions from the reporting officer is just the extent to which it is expected that those recommendations might change depending on what happens with the residential variation that is required as part of the Amendment Act or the Enabling Act. And so there's a qualifier within her answers to questions, which suggests that, and I think it's an answer to your question about whether there needs to be a new Section 32AA report completed for those recommended increases in height. And the suggestion is that report would be completed as part of the variation that is required under the Enabling Act. So that leaves me a little bit confused about what the status of these recommendations are and whether there is an expectation that they might be revisited.
Yeah, that's right, and that's something that's occurred to the panel as well. In fact, I'll signal now it's a question I was going to ask you actually. In terms of the Section 32AA question, if we were to accept your submission and increase the height limits, which are partly consistent with the officer's recommendation and partly not, to what extent, from a legal point of view, do you feel we would need to do a 32AA evaluation other than just saying that the legislation is heading that way, sort of thing. You know, what effects would the increased height, quite significant increased height, have on adjoining properties, and what extent do we have to assess that now? I was going to ask you that, so I'll tell you that.
Yes. Do you want me to answer that now? I'm happy to.
If you can, if you can, while it's on our mind, that would be useful. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Look, I think probably, although we can say with some surety that heights are heading in this direction, and therefore, as a matter of, that is for the residential zones. So we do have that mandatory requirement in relation to residential zones, unless, of course, qualifiers apply, which they might. Then it is certainly our position that it is a matter of sound policy, and also important to identify the change that is in the Amendment Act to the NPSUD in relation to that policy. So that's in section 77S of the Amendment Act, which requires policy 3 in the NPSUD to be amended in relation to building heights. So within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones and town centre zones or equivalent, building heights and density of urban form commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. So there is an expectation, I think, or a very clear direction, in fact, through the Amendment Act, that heights are to go up. Now, the question is, I think, must you still then, however, assess the implication of that, because the NPSUD doesn't tell you what height those local zones, centre zones, must go to. And so I think that you are required to do a Section 32AA assessment in relation to the effect of that. I think if the Amendment Act had suggested or had directed for centre zones a minimum height, as it does for residential zones, then you would not have been obliged to conduct that assessment. But here, where there is a clear direction for heights to increase, but not a clear direction as to what those heights should be, then I think that an assessment is required.
Right, and how does that leave your submission then? Do you think, in terms of we don't appear to have the evidence in front of us to make that?
That's exactly right. So I think that it is. If I were the commissioners, I would ask for that assessment to be completed, and I can assure you that Kāinga Ora would be looking for that. However, in this situation where those heights are being recommended to be increased by the officer, there is a suggestion that the 32AA could come from the council.
We'll ask the witnesses, and including the officer,
Yes.
on the local specifics of how those rules
Yes.
might work. But from a legal point of view, I think you've been pretty clear. So thank you for
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I'll let you carry on with the rest of your time.
Thank you. So in terms of, there are other matters there in relation to height to boundary and in relation to those other matters around setbacks, all of which I set out there, and the other matters of discretion. I don't think there's anything specific in those that I need to draw your attention to. They simply outline the position of Mr. Jeffries. What I would conclude in saying is that, as you'll appreciate from the number of times that Kāinga Ora has popped up through this, Kāinga Ora doesn't have a significant amount of housing within Selwyn District as yet. That may well change in the future, but its role in this hearing is very much about its widened mandate now, which is around supporting urban development more generally. And its position is consistent, and it's consistent up and down the country in terms of really looking to ensure that district plans are consistent with what is being directed in the NPSUD, the national planning standards, and now with the medium density residential standards in relation to the Amendment Act. So that really forms the basis of Kāinga Ora's position And as I say, that's a position that it adopts consistently for district plans up and down the country. So if there are no other questions of me at this point, I would like to hand over to Mr. Jeffries to just work through his evidence. Obviously, very happy to answer questions as they come up from his evidence as well.
Okay, no, thank you. There's just, I'll hand over to the panel to see if they have any questions, but there's just, while I've been talking, I'll just ask my other question. And paragraph 2.2,
Yes.
just to be absolutely clear in my own mind, the NPSUD directs councils to provide for increased housing choice and availability near centre zones, close to employment, but not in centre zones. Is that what I'm?
Yes, the way that the NPSUD is worded, it looks for housing choice and availability. One of the things that it does in relation to the intensifying of residential zones is it really wants to intensify residential zones that are near to centre zones, so that townships, urban areas are consolidated, and so that's what's very clear within that.
May I answer that?
Yes.
It does refer to within centres as well. So it is adjacent residential, but it also directs within commercial centres, if that was the question.
That's useful. Thank you. So it is.
Right. So is it useful to take you to, and it'll be whether Mr. Jeffries or I can get there first, it's policy 3 in the NPSUD, and I'm just wondering if it's useful for us to just outline that wording.
I'll just note that's been amended by the Amendment Act, and they haven't updated the NPS itself.
Yes.
So you'll need to look at the Amendment Act for that wording.
We probably don't need to see the wording right now, but if what you're telling us, Mr. Jeffries, is it does apply to any residential development within commercial centres. Is that right? So the NPS.
Yes, I have the wording here actually. It's within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre, local centre and town centre zones, building heights and density of urban form commensurate with the level of commercial activities and community services.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. I've no further questions of the legal submissions. I'll just see if the panel do though. First of all, Mark, do you have any questions?
No.
Rowan, do you have any questions of Ms. Semple?
No, I don't.
Lindsay?
Yeah, just one really. I'm really trying to get to the bottom of where KO wants to be with a nod or recognition of residential in these zones. Is it just saying residential is an appropriate use and should be permitted, or is it appropriate to have some caveats on, first floor level and above? I know Mr. Jeffries goes into a little bit here, but it seems to me that the town centres and all the centres which have been identified are there for a particular reason. They are commercial activities predominantly, which need to be in the communities in which they focus. If you look at Wollaston, for example, it's a centre which is surrounded by residential, and there's lots of residential activity in that immediate environment. And by having ultimate carte blanche to build residential in these particular zones, isn't that undermining the intent of the zone itself, which is to provide for the community and the retail activities which need to occur in those areas?
Certainly,
I completely get the above first
above ground.
level.
Yes, and that is what Kaingora's position is in relation to above ground, so that it provides real opportunity for mixed use. And so there isn't an intention to displace commercial activity in these zones at all, but to provide the opportunity and real opportunity for mixed use, for residential development above ground floor.
Yeah.
And certainly not suggesting that there shouldn't be, or there need not be some permitted standards in relation to that. And I think Mr. Jeffries and his evidence goes into that in terms of saying, in response to the council officer's position that that restricted discretionary activity status is appropriate in order to control amenity. As Mr. Jeffrey said, that may well be able to be done by way of permitted standards. So there isn't a suggestion, I don't think, there isn't a suggestion from Kaimōora that this is carte blanche and residential can go wherever and be whatever. But that if the intent of the zone is to provide for mixed use, then residential has to be, an activity that is permitted in some way.
But presumably at a much lesser scale than other activities, community activities, retail, office, for example.
Commercial. So office and commercial is, and those activities are permitted at particular scale currently. And so there's no reason we would say why residential shouldn't be part of that overall mix and part of that package.
But I guess, and we'll get into it with Mr. Jeffries a little as well, is what is the sweet spot in terms of permitted activity conditions that can deal with residential activities with their own particular sensitive, the sensitive nature of residential activities in amongst other things which are there for different reasons.
Yes. Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, and it probably is a question that's better put to Mr. Jeffries.
Yeah.
I think, though, I can be clear that Kaimōora is not suggesting in any way that those commercial and office activities and other activities that form those centres should be displaced by residential. There's certainly no suggestion of that.
Okay, and from a legal position, in terms of the height limit variations and the changes suggested, must admit when I read the 42A report, I was quite nervous with the quantum of shift being proposed.
Yes.
And normally when you are looking at height limits, it's not just about activities, it's about urban form, it's about whether or not there is sufficient demand in that area for buildings of that scale. Do you feel, from what you've seen at the moment, that we have sufficient evidence to be able to make a decision without requesting further specific advice on urban design matters, on any increase in height limits? I get the 10 to 12 in terms of surrounded by residential activities, which are going to have an 11 metre height limit. I get that, but it's the more substantive ones, and they mainly relate to Rolleston and Lincoln.
And town.
If you look what's there at the moment, you've got the existing environment in those locations. If you're going to be having a 15 or an 18 metre height limit, 18 metres 5 stories potentially, you might even be able to squeeze 6 in, depending on what the use is. Whether that is an intended outcome for the commercial centre in those particular locations, considering the existing environment and the expected environment once the Amendment Act is in force.
And I think that comes back to the same discussion really that I was having with Commissioner Reid around, what is that point? It is very clear in the Amendment Act that the expectation is that those heights will go up. That is that I think that's a very clear expectation. But what we don't have is what should those heights go up to. And I tend to agree with you. I'm not certain, and I can't say that I've looked at every piece of evidence that's been lodged in relation to this. So I'm saying this from what I've seen. I'm not certain that there has been a full assessment of the implications of different heights. So although you might start with an expectation or with a planning framework within a national perspective, you might start with that assumption that they must go up, that is an inevitable requirement of the way that the legislation has been framed. What they should go up to is not clear, and I am not yet, I probably am not yet satisfied that you have got the information that you need to determine what that height should be. Now, Mr. Jeffries might have a different view on that. He might say, no, I think you have got that, and so I would defer to his position in terms of the evidence that he considers is available to support that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. We'll go to Mr. Jeffries now, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jeffries, for producing your statement and your addendum. I'll just comment, I think it was really well written evidence, and I like the way that you've done an executive summary discussion and then set out your proposed amendments. It's all very easy to follow. So if you're able to take us through your executive summary now, and we'll see if we have any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just give a summary of some of the key changes we're seeking, that Kaingaora are seeking and that I'm recommending, and some of the reasoning. And then after that, I can go through the supplementary evidence addressing the addendum to the Section 42A report. And hopefully we can get some clarity on the heights, although it is a little difficult to follow as it stands. So the first point I'd like to address is that I'm recommending amending Rule 3 in each of the centre zones, town, local and neighbourhood, to make residential units a permitted activity rather than restricted discretionary. So in my view, this will better enable residential development in these centres. It's consistent with the direction of the NPSUD, and it is consistent with equivalent rules in recent proposed district plans nationally. All of the recent proposed district plans that I'm aware of make at least some number of residential units a permitted activity in equivalent centre zones. Most of them don't have a limit on that. Some, maybe it's permitted 2 or 3 and then RD above that, but there is at least some permitted baseline there. With building heights, I am recommending a number of amendments to the building heights to enable greater heights with consistency with the NPSUD and the MDRS. And so the first one is the town centre zone, the default zoning that was not so outside of any specified precinct, recommending amending that to 12 metres from 10. Now, it seems that the council position has been updated in the addendum, and I believe that they are recommending a new rule for precinct 2, which applies to part of Rolleston, which would introduce a 15-metre height. Now, I could also support that if that is what is being recommended. So the other position.
Sorry, just to clarify, there was a sort of a time sequential thing. I'm not sure whether there's an officer response to the panel which only got posted yesterday or the day before. Does that differ from the addendum report in your view? Have you studied any links there? Are the same recommendations contained in there?
In the response to questions, is that the?
Yes, because that's the latest thing. Well, I think that's the latest report we got from the officer. And that has that might have some comments that potentially differ from the addendum report. So are you aware of any differences there, or are you able to say that it's the same?
It's unclear to me. I think it may have changed again, but the council planner could probably answer that. But it seems that the part that's unclear between the two is the town centre zone height in relation to Darfield and Leaston. That was notified at 10 metres. We were seeking 12 metres for that town centre zone. The addendum report seems to suggest 8 metres, and the answers to questions seems to say 10. So I'm not entirely clear, but our position is 12 metres and the notified was 10. So
I think you'll see what we'll be looking for at the end of this is a table from at least from Kaingaora as to what your final position is in the table, and then we'll ask the officer to do the same. But just talk us through it for now, and we'll get that clarified later. So thank you.
Okay. So the town centre zone precinct 1, which applies to the core of Rolleston, the council planner supported increasing that to 18 metres, and I just want to note that that's concords with our position. And in precinct 4 and 5 town centre zone, which applies to the Lincoln town centre, I'm recommending an 18-metre height. And I believe the council planner is recommending retaining the 12-metre height there. So I note that policy 3D of the MPSUD is particularly relevant to these recommendations for these urban centres, as it calls for building heights commensurate with the level of commercial activities and community services and centres. So Rolleston and Lincoln particularly do have a wide range of services, which would suggest that a greater height is required. And Lincoln, of course, has a university, which is relevant to this. Regarding the local centre height, now the local centre applies to a number of centres that may be considered part of the urban area of Greater Christchurch, and it also applies to some centres outside of that. I'm recommending a 12-metre height for that. Now, for those urban centres, I believe that would achieve greater consistency with the MDRS, which wouldn't be relevant to what you may consider the non-urban centres, but I consider that 12 metres would be appropriate in these centres as well, to enable more people to stay in those communities with different, as their housing needs may change, and to enable people to live in close access to services. And the neighbourhood centre, I recommend increasing the height to 12 metres for greater consistency with the MDRS. And I note that the reporting planner recommends a change from 8 metres to 10 metres for consistency with the MDRS. But in my view, a 12 metre would achieve greater consistency, because a 10 metre would still be a lesser height than that enabled in the adjoining residential areas. So regarding the height in relation to boundary rules, I'm recommending that is amended so that it, first of all, doesn't apply within the zone, so that it would only apply to boundaries adjoining residential zone sites. I'm having reviewed other plans nationally. I'm not aware of any that apply a height in relation to boundary within boundaries within the commercial zone. It's usually only applies to adjoining residential areas. And I know that most of the justification for these rules relates to effects on residential areas. I'm also recommending that the height in relation to boundary does not vary by orientation, which in my view introduces a complexity to the rule that's not justified by the potential benefits. And I'm recommending amending the height in relation to boundary adjoining residential to be consistent with that specified in the MDRS. So that would be a 4 metre plus 60 degree height in relation to boundary, because otherwise you may have a situation where there's a more enabling recession plane in the residential areas than there is in the centres, even though that recession plane is intended to protect the amenity of those residential areas. I'm also opposed to the introduction of a setback that was recommended in the Section 42A report in response to the submission of KiwiRail. And so I recommend retaining the notified wording of that town centre setback rule. And finally, I make a number of changes, recommended changes to the wording of the matters of discretion for the commercial and mixed use zone. These changes are either consequential to the other changes I've outlined, or are to better enable residential development and consistency with the NPSUD. So I'll now turn to the supplementary evidence that I submitted on Friday. So this was made in response to the addendum report of the council planner that I received on Thursday, the 3rd of March. There were 3 issues raised in that relevant to Kaingora's submission. I'll outline two of them here. One of them I think is adequately addressed in my primary evidence, and I don't think we need to go into it. So the two one is in relation to policy 5 of the commercial and mixed use zones, and one's in relation to that town centre height. So in relation to policy 5, the addendum report recommends accepting Kāinga Ora's submission point in part that was seeking to provide a reference to adjoining residential zone properties. Now, I would support this position from council in principle. However, no specific wording has been provided, so it's not entirely clear the specific wording of that. But my supplementary evidence does set out a wording that I could support. So regarding the town centre height, I understood that the section 42A report indicated support for Kāinga Ora's submission, seeking a 12-metre height in the town centre zone as the default outside of any specified precincts. And that was confirmed to me in an email that was the position, but then so I did not address that in my evidence because I thought it was not in contention. Now, the addendum report appears to change this position, and it appears to recommend introducing a new height for precinct 2, and precinct 2 was not specified within the height for all in the notified plan. So I believe they're recommending a 15-metre height, which is something I would support. I think that would be consistent with the NPSUD, and particularly in light of the Amendment Act and the changes to the NPSUD that introduced around providing height in centres specifically. Now, the old version of policy 3D in the NPS before the Amendment Act was not as direct about enabling heights in centres. And in my view, I think this direction must imply, although it's not explicitly stated, that heights should be provided above that in the standard MDRS, which is 3 stories. So that would suggest going 4, 5, 6 stories, although it does not specify. So I think given that, a 15-story height, which would be 4 stories in most cases, it could be 5. I think that would be appropriate in Rolleston, particularly given the reference to the range of services. The greater the range of services and community facilities, the greater the heights, according to the NPS. Now, this change recommended by the reporting planner, if I've understood it correctly, would split the town centre zone so that the default part of the town centre zone rule would only apply to Darfield and Leaston, which are centres that may be considered outside the urban environment of Greater Christchurch and therefore not subject to the MDRS or NPSUD. As was my position with the local centre, however, I still consider that a 12-metre height would be appropriate in these centres to enable more people to stay in these communities through different life stages and to reside in close access to services. And both Darfield and Leaston are reasonable sized towns with a range of services and a range of people connected to those communities. So that's all I have for now. I hope that's clarified that, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. We'll just, I suppose the first question relates to one that I asked earlier of Ms. Semple and also Commissioner Daish asked in probably more detail, and that's the 32AA or the extent of evidence that we've got in front of us other than a sort of move by these the standards in the NPS towards greater height. Is that sufficient, or do we need sort of more empirical evidence on what the increase in height, the effects that might have on adjoining development and urban form and those sorts of things? Are you able to make any comment on that?
I'm not sure any empirical evidence would be required. I think a Section 32A report would provide a good justification, and we could assist with that. but I'm not sure on empirical.
What I mean by empirical is the actual effects that the height would have, rather than a sort of a 32 AA sort of broad sweep of the issue. The actual impact of increasing height by up to 50% on adjoining development in any particular centre, rather than a generic sort of argument about it. Is there any sort of focused evidence, do you think, we might need from a planning point of view to increase the height by quite substantial amounts?
In my view, the MPSUD and the MDRS, although not strictly relevant to the centres, but it does influence it. It is a pretty clear direction to provide height, and there is a clear direction in the MPS that urban areas will change, and that change in itself is not something that is to be avoided just because of the change. So I don't think, I think that the effects of height are expected through that direction. So I'm not sure a specific, depth of evidence is required on that basis. But there could be issues that are discussed in a Section 32AA.
The other panel members for any questions they might have. I'm going to you first every time. Mark, have you got any questions? Okay, Raywin, do you have any questions?
No questions, just digesting.
Suggestion. Oh, digesting. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Dash.
Yeah, I've got a few. If you can have a look at policy 5 CMUZ, and I think I'm reading a different version to you, where in your evidence at, let me just find it, 8.2, you've got a submission, and the very start of that has the policy which says enhance urban built form. Now, the notified version of P5 that I've got is maintaining the amenity value, maintain the amenity and aesthetic values. And it's consistent all the way through your evidence. And I don't know exactly where you get the enhance the urban built form from in that wording of that policy. I can understand why submission may have been requested to change that, but
are you talking about 8.2?
Yeah. So you're referring to P5.
Yeah, sorry. So that's Kāinga Ora's recommended wording. I think that may be an error in the track changes. That
okay, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
That's
so
an
that
understandable thing. There should have been a strikeout in the of that, but you don't really talk at all about why there is a significant change suggested to that policy. Enhancing the built form, urban built form, is perhaps a very different thing to maintaining amenity and aesthetic values.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
No, I'm just saying that the change to the very front of that policy to replace maintain amenity and aesthetic values with enhancing built form, quite different meanings with that, and I don't see any explanation of why that is occurring. If you want to have a think about that, I'm happy to, or through you, Chair, to for you to put in something supplementary at the end of the hearing.
Yes, well, we will be asking for a clarification from the submitter on relief. So yes, if you are able to answer that.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. As Commissioner Ray said, I think your evidence is very well structured and very well put. However, there is a couple of things in terms of, we talked about the height quite a bit with Ms. Semple before, and it seems to me that there is a policy prerogative which is coming through from KO through your evidence, which basically says all of these urban centres need to have an increase in height. And I can certainly understand the MDRS and those around which is surrounded by by medium density in the future. What I don't get is in relation to the quantum of shift in Lincoln. If you have a look at the town centre boundaries in Lincoln itself, what's there at the moment, apart from Lincoln University, it's all pretty much single story through there, and it's one property deep from the main road. So if you're looking at going, up to potentially 18 metres in Lincoln, that's going to be a very, very different urban form from that anticipated. I just wonder whether you'd actually cast a site-specific lens over some of these height limits when you were making, when you were considering your evidence.
Yes, I have, and I have visited Lincoln, and that there is again clear direction to provide for heights commensurate with the services, and I think that's particularly relevant to Lincoln, where it is a university town, so there's likely to be demand to live in the centre, and particularly in light of the changes to the NPS from the Amendment Act that now specifies centres, and the changes that introduces the MDRS, which I think is relevant for the relative heights. If 3 stories is the standard height across residential areas and urban areas, I think it is appropriate to enable up to 5 stories, which would only be 2 above the standard in centres, and especially in a centre of that size with the university and in that proximity to Christchurch City.
Yeah, it may be of some size, but it's pretty much linear as well. I guess the reason for my question is that there is a concern that there is a quantum shift from what was potentially anticipated in that particular town centre zone as notified to something which is quite substantially bigger. And whether or not there has been the urban design, urban form rigor in terms of being able to go from potentially a 12-metre height limit up to 18. They are quite big buildings, 18 metres, in that particular context, and whether there's enough analysis about whether that's desirable or not.
Well, I mean, whether it's desirable, that there is direction from the NPS to enable change and to enable greater heights in these areas. And yeah, the NPS
I understand that there is direction about that. It's the quantum of the greater height, which isn't specified in the direction. It just says you need to be bigger, basically, than you've got at the moment.
Yeah, it is unspecified, but I think we have some indication that it should be at minimum above 3 stories. So 4 or 5 would be appropriate. And regarding the interface with the residential areas, there is a height in relation to boundary rule that we're recommending retaining on those boundaries with the residential. So that would provide some protection of those residential from that. It would require the building to be set back to some extent.
Yeah, so basically, in considering the width of some of those sites that there are in Lincoln, getting up to that height limit with a more permissive recession plane might be difficult to achieve.
I mean, if that's what it does, I mean that could be the effect, but it would enable some sites to get up to it. But yeah, that is likely.
Yeah. Okay, and now I wouldn't mind talking about height in relation to boundary. Do you think that us considering height in relation to boundary, which is all about protecting residential amenity next door of residentially zoned properties, do you think it's premature that we should be looking at this in light of what is happening with the enabling bill for the town centre zones?
Well, I don't think that the enabling the Enabling Act, it has
Yeah.
passed, so that there is some uncertainty around some of the areas, but I think in the main we know what it's going to do, and we know that it applies to all residential areas unless there's a qualifying matter, and there's a very high standard for establishing that. So we do know that it will apply in most residential areas, and particularly adjacent to centres. Now, the recommendation I've made in relation to the MDRS is around adopting the same recession plan. That rule is not going to change. So the areas where the council implements the MDRS, maybe not 100% certain. So, but I think it's still relevant to apply that as a rule. That's going to be the recession plan that applies in most residential areas across all urban areas. So I think it is appropriate as a recession plan for commercial areas that adjoin a residential. But the key change, I think, the most important change that I'm recommending with the height in relation to boundary is to amend it so that it doesn't apply within the commercial centre zone. So between two commercial centre sites, and every plan that I'm aware of does not do that. Every recent plan or proposed plan, they apply it just to the residential one, and that's the most of the justification for it is around protecting residential amenity. So I'm not sure what purpose it serves on a boundary between two commercial sites, especially given the design of commercial buildings. They're not designed to be pulled away from the boundaries. So I think that's the most significant change that I am recommending.
Rather than the edge recession plan provisions, it's the internal ones is the big ticket item.
Yes, I think so. I think that is more important. Although the others are my recommendations, I think this is the most crucial one.
Yeah. Obviously, the interface issues with residential are important in terms of setback and so forth. Is there anything else in there which could, in light of the very changing nature about what's happening with the Enabling Act and so forth, is there any more direction about that could be provided in terms of acceptable levels of residential amenity at those high levels above the ground floor, about adequate areas of, potentially provision of open space, provision of balconies, provision of adequate daylight and sunlight to habitable rooms? Is there anything there that you think the district plan could do in terms of safeguarding the residential amenity of those people who would choose to live there?
So you're meaning the residential units in the centres,
yeah.
So protecting the amenity of those sites.
Yeah, once they're there, they expect a certain level of residential amenity.
Yeah, I think in my view, you could have it as I'm recommending, to make residential units permitted. But I think if there is a particular concern with residential amenity for those units, there is other ways to achieve that through permitted standards rather than a restricted discretionary. So there are ways of achieving that if that was the priority.
Yeah, and I guess an advantage with having some form of restricted discretionary activity, in terms of any building itself in the town centre zone, it gets an urban design lens over it as well, to look at those details, because if you look at the objectives of the town centres, they're all about being part of the well-functioning urban environment, which we know about, but it's the people place where people meet, they congregate. There are community activities, there's retail activities as well. So is there and residential will create a very different land use component to that.
So I think there's a separate thing there, is that residential amenity for those units is one thing. The urban design of the building is a separate one. And I think it's somewhat distinct from the residential units rule, which should relate to the specific effects of residential activities rather than the effect of the building. So I think if the urban design of the building and the way it interacts with the street is the concern, that could be addressed through it would be more appropriate to have a restricted discretionary activity around buildings than it would around residential units specifically, if that's what you're trying to achieve.
Above ground floor.
Well, I don't think this is something that this specific acts. I think the justification for the residential units, it seems that it's trying to achieve residential amenity. The residential units RD rule is trying to achieve residential amenity internally for those apartments that would result. And it's trying to manage urban design externally. Now that second one, the urban design externally, I don't think it's the right place to address it through a residential units rule specifically, because those matters would apply to any building, not just a residential one. That the external effect of the building and how it interacts is not specifically related to the residential activity. So if that's the thing that is sought to be managed, it could be managed through an RD rule for building. But yeah, I don't think that requires RD for residential, which could be interpreted in quite a restrictive way, as happened in the case in Remuera that Lauren outlined.
And then focusing on the ground floor, we would residential on the ground floor within a town centre zone. If you look at Rolleston Town Centre, it's reasonably confined. We're hearing that there needs to be potential for a deferred town centre zoning on some adjoining properties. So don't you actually want to defend that ground floor as much as you can from, and promote retail community type facilities over and above residential on that ground floor?
Yes, I'm not recommending to change that.
Yeah.
And a permitted rule could still keep that.
So if it was on the ground, if the residential was proposed on the ground floor in a town centre zone, would you think that should be fully discretionary?
Well, it could be, RD, or it could be discretionary. I'm not saying it should be permitted to have ground floor residential. I think I agree with your point, and it's not a change I'm recommending.
Okay.
And I mean, what broadly are trying to seek some consistency with other plans nationally on this. Most of those do have restrictions on ground floor through a permitted standard. But most of those, or all of those, provide residential units as a permitted activity at minimum.
Okay, that point's well made. Last one, the Kiwi Rail issue. In terms of the land extent of the town, of the commercial and mixed use zones, is this really an issue? The 5 metre setback? Because buildings next door to a railway line, they're going to want to have a setback anyway. For if they are noise sensitive, they're going to want to be able to get in there and paint them and so forth. Well, what's the problem?
Well, I think there's an unfairness issue for those property owners. But yeah,
I think it's only in Darfield though, isn't it?
I would need to check that. I think that is
the case. I do recall seeing something that it is really, and if you have a rail network and they need to get to the rail network for any reason, or the building property needs to do maintenance, so that you don't want them going over live rail to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's perhaps a point of principle given the limited application, but I think, and this has been argued around the country, it's Kiwi Rail have an ability to protect their corridor, and they have an ability to keep people out and outside of the district plan. They can restrict access to their corridor, and
they can also promote setbacks for noise sensitive activities as well, which is what's happened in Hutt City, as you'll be aware.
Yes, yep, it's a somewhat separate issue, but yes,
yeah,
similar.
No, I understood it's a separate issue.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that long questioning you had to endure there, but thank you very much for that. But just a sort of a final wrap-up question I think what you're trying to ask for is that residential activity be permitted above ground floor level based on the policy framework which talks about enabling residential activity. Is that's the current objective, isn't it, to enable it in the zone? So you're seeking permitted activity status in certain circumstances, and is that in a nutshell?
Exactly, and the extent to which there'll still be commercial on the ground floor, and there'll still be commercial activities above floor, but the plan won't. If residential was enabled, it wouldn't be pushing that one way or another. It would let it fall where it does, whether that activity turns commercial or residential, and for above ground floor. But there would still be that ground floor to protect a large area of commercial
That's
only.
Right. And just one final question was in relation to the design of any residential development above ground floor. Commissioner Dace did ask you a question about that. Are you aware of any existing rules in the plan or criteria that would apply to permitted activity design, or is it? I think what Commissioner Dace might have been exploring with you was whether it's more appropriate to have restricted discretionary so that those matters could be assessed on a case-by-case basis. But I think your answer was you should have, or there should be rules to deal with that. But are there any? That's probably my question. Are there any safeguards?
Well, there is the RD rule refers to a number of standards, and you could keep those references to those standards in a permitted rule. And that includes servicing, height in relation to boundaries, setbacks, fencing, outdoor storage areas, and landscaping. So there is some level of protection for residential amenity.
Okay, but not urban design, but they're more bulk and location type things.
I mean, maybe they border on urban design, but they're not explicitly that, no.
That's fine. I thank you very much for your answer to our questions. And just to reiterate, the panel would appreciate just a final update of the relief sought in relation to heights, especially, which has become quite confusing. But it would be nice to have that set out for us. So thank you very much.
All right. Commissioner, I'd wonder if I might just one thing that occurred to me in the course of the questions that were being asked of Mr. Jeffries, and just looking at this issue of, where is the sweet spot, I think Commissioner Dace called it in relation to heights. And there is actually, although no absolute direction in the national planning documents, what we do have is through the Enabling Act, we have residential sitting at 11 or 12, so pretty much, I guess, 3 stories. We have, and then above that, we have in the NPSUD, in metropolitan centre zones, we have a minimum of 6 stories. And then in city centre zones, we effectively have go as high as you can, a direction to go as high as you can. So we really are, I think, in these town centre zones, talking about effectively between 3 and 6 stories. And I think that is, about where Mr. Jeffries is coming down. So that the requirement for a sort of, extensive analysis might actually be somewhat kind of forestalled by when you put it within that overall policy framework that exists at which provides direction at a national level.
Thank you for that answer. What I'd invite you to do, Ms. Semple, is to make that point as part of your response to us. It's unusual to sort of give you another chance, but I think it will help the panel. And bearing in mind that the reporting has come through quite late on this, and so we'd be more than happy for you to address us further on that as part of the response with the relief set out.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you. And that's all the questions we have for Kainoura. And we're running a little bit late, folks. So the panel will just take a 10-minute break and then we'll launch back into it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming along to the hearing. We're a little bit behind time, but we'll just see how we go with that. I announced at the start of the hearing that we have the documents. We received your statement, Ms. Foote, well in advance of the hearing, and we have an addendum report, which I'm hoping you will have seen, the Section 32A addendum report, and the officer's response to questions, which was reasonably recent as well. But yeah, we've got those in front of us as well. If you need more time to study those or respond, please let us know. But we'll go to your is it Ms. Hill? We'll go to you first and just see how you wish to present to us. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will hand you over very shortly to Ms. Foote. We are here for Orion, and really Orion's relief is quite contained in this hearing topic. I will pass Ms. Foote the officer's response to questions. We hadn't been aware that was online, but I think she may. I'm
not sure if the response to questions directly related to your matters.
no.
It would have come up in the addendum report, I think, the Orion matters, I think. I'll just go through it myself and check that.
There does appear to be one, so apologies if we can have maybe a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, sorry, just to, there is one matter at the bottom of the, was it the fourth or fifth page in, where the panel just asked the officer to respond to your point about the trees corridor. Mm-hmm. and you've dealt with that anyway in your evidence, so and it's in the addendum report, so happy to hear from you on that.
Okay, yep. Thank you. So I will pass you to Ms. Foote now, and we'll continue.
Just to point out, we've got two commissioners on the Zoom. There's Commissioner Alexander and myself here, and we've got Commissioner Solomon and Dash on the Zoom as well. So, okay.
Good morning. Thank you. I've provided a brief of evidence which covered off a few matters. I maintain my view around the plan structure and the location generally of our corridor protection provisions within the zone chapters as opposed to just the EI chapter. We have adopted a cautious approach seeking the corridor protection provisions within this zone, within the mixed use zones. This is on the basis for the potential for new zones within zoning requests that could potentially result in existing significant electricity lines being either within or more likely to be close proximity to future mixed use zones. I think it's potentially mainly around northeast of Rolleston, potentially.
Actually, I wonder if you could just move that microphone slightly closer. Thank you.
Orion sought corridor protection provisions relating to trees to be included as part of the relevant zone chapters, and that relief was not included in the EI chapter nor as part of that hearing. As such, the trees provisions haven't been considered until this hearing and will be considered obviously in subsequent hearings to come. Trees setback provisions are required to ensure that the significant electricity lines are protected by ensuring trees over 3 metres in height are not planted in the setback. Trees under 3 metres in height are acceptable, and I note the intent of this rule is only to restrict trees planted within the corridors, so not outside those. Just upon further reflection, since I drafted my evidence, we've made one amendment to the rule where I have swapped the and for an or to provide more clarity around that drafting, and you'll see that involved there. The reasons for the trees corridor protection provisions to ensure that the significant electricity distribution lines are protected from trees that are planted within the setbacks in relation to the maturity height. Trees or planting over 3 metres in height near power lines can result in serious safety issues for Orion. Going forward, Orion wish to be proactive in this regard to ensure that where new planting is proposed, appropriate tree species are planted close to lines rather than just relying on reactive measures such as the cutting and trimming provisions in the trees regulations. Given trees near power lines are less of an issue in the mixed use zones, given the urban nature, and given there are no significant electricity distribution lines within or adjoining land that is currently zoned, Orion has filed more detailed company evidence around trees near power lines for the next hearing in the rural zone, which is the next scheduled hearing.
Just wanted to be, that's all you were going to
Oh,
present?
sorry. Yes, happy to answer
Yeah.
any questions.
Oh, okay,
Thank
good.
you. Sorry.
That's fine. Just in relation to, I want to get it absolutely clear in my mind, the trees protection corridor. I think what the office is recommending in the addendum report, reinforcing the recommendation really, is that all that sort of material should be in the district-wide chapter, and she said it was considered as part of the EI hearing, but you're saying it wasn't. What I need to be clear on is, did you ask for it to be included in the EI chapter, or
No,
as
we
a belts and
didn't.
braces? You didn't.
So
Okay.
we only lodged a submission on this in the zone chapters, not as part of our EI chapter hearing. So no, it wasn't.
If that's correct, then we've got no scope to include it in the EI chapter, have we? Is that right? You haven't asked for it to go into that chapter? Or
No, we haven't, no.
Is there any sort of legal comment around whether the panel has liberty to include it where it sees fit, or is it restrict? Do you any thought on that, Ms. Hill?
Yeah, I'm happy to think about this more comprehensively and perhaps write a memorandum of council. It might be appropriate to do that as we come into the zone hearings. I think there would be scope because it would be a submission point, and possibly, the substantive relief was sought, and off the top of my head, the panel's got the ability to grant relief somewhere between the notified plan and the submitter's relief. So would have thought location would make that difference. And we also going forward, so this is a quirk of the way that Orion interpreted the notified document, I suppose, and where it thought the rules would be best placed. Most of Orion's relief was scooped up in the energy and infrastructure chapter, although, it did seek the relief in the submissions did go chapter by zone and seek the corridor protection provisions, but the trees were not included in sort of the scooping up of those other submission points. So
the same happened with the earthworks as well, which were,
All right. So there's a difference of opinion as to where those provisions should go, if at all. I guess I'm just seeking some guidance on what the ability the panel has to accommodate those requests, in terms of the submission that was lodged, and whether it was a specific relief or whether it's an all-embracing power for the panel to include provisions anywhere within the plan. So if you wish to address us on that, that would be useful. Yeah, at some stage. Yeah.
that sounds good. I will do that. Yes, thanks.
All right, and I'll just see if there's any other questions of the panel. Mark, any questions?
No, I think you've addressed it. What I perceived the issue was that there is no, within our current zones, we're talking about the hearing today, there are no significant electricity distribution lines. And in fact, in the urban form these days, they're typically undergrounded as part of the development. So it becomes less of an issue rather than more. So I concur with the chair's comments about the placement of these rules, and the fact you're coming back to other zone hearings to mention these allows possibly a chance to address that. So thank you.
All right, thanks for that. And Raywin, do you have any questions?
No, none from me.
All right, and Lindsay?
No, I think Commissioner Alexander has covered it, and I think you mentioned it in your statement that the town centre zones, or the commercial and mixed use zones, very much part of the urban environment, and there's an expectation that these main electricity supply networks will be underground. So it is these provisions only applying for existing above ground lines, or is it going to apply to below ground lines too?
So if I may just add that it's the rezoning that are the issue and the scope for potentially for these town centre zones or mixed use zones to go within those areas closer to existing overground lines.
Okay, thank you.
So we have no further questions, but if you wish to address us further on that legal matter, that would be welcomed. So,
Thank you. So I will put together possibly a memorandum of council so it can be considered in the round, but also this relief is, as Ms. Foote foreshadowed, sort of a bigger issue in the rural zone. And so, you know, it's a sequencing thing, but we'll be back more thoroughly on the rural zone hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. You've got foodstuffs team over here, so, and we've also got we're going to hear from Mr. Colgrave, I believe, via Zoom. Is that right? Yep. Okay. And Jessica, if you're able to alert Mr. Foy, so that he might wish to listen to this this part of the hearing, if you can let him know that we're having the submitter on there, that would be useful. Thank you.
Will do. Thanks.
Coming along. Happy to introduce your team now and take your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kia ora koutou, nā te mihi kei te mana whenua, nā hoki te mihi kia koutou katoa, ko Alex Booker tuku ingoa. And with me, we've got Mr. Colgrave, an economist on Zoom, and he'll be up first after legal. Got Mr. Mark Allen, who is planning expertise next to me, and Miss Rebecca Parrish, who's the property development manager for Foodstuffs. I think you're starting to become familiar with the team.
And I should mention that we have heard from you in relation to strategic directions, and so we've got that in the back of our minds as well. So
perfect. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Now, I was just going to address perhaps a preliminary matter. I have heard the panel talking about the addendum that was provided, and I have just had a chance while I've been sitting at the back of the room to flick through to see if there was of any relevance to Foodstuffs. Now, within that addendum, the officers have referred to Foodstuffs' submission about a maximum building height, perhaps in relation to finding scope for the relief sought. But the context for that submission, I've gone back to our original submission, was in the operative plan, the Rolleston site here was 15 metres. We've obviously had a pack and save granted on that site that was over 10 metres high, yet the proposed plan only provided for a 10 metre high limit in the town centre zone. So the context behind that submission that we were saying is the height limit of the 10 metres was considered overly restricted for development because it didn't reflect the consent, which was only marginally higher at 10.5 metres. So we had sought in the relief that a 15 metre height allowance be provided in the proposed plan, similar to the operative plan for that particular Rolleston site, which was rural. And I see that that's been referred to in the addendum by the officer and saying that they're now noting that an increase to 15 would be appropriate. So I mean, the context was the existing consented activity on the site for us, as opposed to trying to actively.
Any small extensions or roofline additions, it would reflect the fact that the height limit shouldn't be lower than what the current development is.
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
But I think, you know, if I'm being realistic, I might be speaking out of turn here, but the original 12 metres would have also covered the concern. But it did seem unusual to be going from an operative plan, which was a lot higher, down to something lower than what had been consented on the site. Yeah, so that was just the context from the addendum. So it's you have alluded to, we have appeared before you before, and I thought I'd just make the 3 key points really is that we're saying the proposed plan doesn't appropriately provide for supermarkets, including the new supermarkets as well as existing, that these are essential services that have got particular operational and functional needs, and that no provision has been made for them within the town centre zone or any zone really within and around Rolleston. Our submission is this lack of identification coupled with restrictive urban growth policies will essentially lead to prohibitions or very uncertain consenting pathways. And as you've alluded to, we've been sort of turning up regularly to make that same point. So I won't go into that any further. In terms of today, it feels like we have got now an agreed position where the council's economists and Foodstuffs economists both agree that there'll be demand for additional supermarkets and that there is insufficient space to provide for them. So the question then becomes for you as the commissioners is how should the plan then provide for supermarkets, and bearing in mind that we are essentially retrofitting plans that have already been notified of a certain structure. So we're almost confined to how to provide for them. Now the council solution, and I just acknowledge that this was done in response to the direction of Mr. Foy was asked to look at how to provide for supermarkets in the large format retail zone. The council solution to me isn't the appropriate one, and the submission of Foodstuffs remains that there should be a flexible pathway for expansion of existing supermarkets in centres and out of centres, and there should be a consenting pathway for that. What the council has proposed is to permit supermarkets in the large format retail zone, and there's a suggestion that that could be perhaps spot zone around Rolleston. So if you were to do a site specific supermarket, you would then use that zone to create a supermarket. So my experience is there's some practical difficulties with doing that, and my experience on a private plan change is that if you are going to spot zone a large format retail zone over a site to create a standalone supermarket, that you're in the position of having to demonstrate how any activities within that zone, if they were enabled, what the effects of the community would be. So it's a very different situation to what Foodstuffs is trying to achieve, where we've got economics evidence supporting that supermarkets themselves, but we haven't looked at other activities, whether they would create an impact on the centres.
I'll ask you a question now just on that. I've got some experience of spot zoning.
Tasman and Richmond?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so
and in that instance, the zone was created just for a supermarket.
Correct.
And pharmacy or something like that. But so that would have had, I'm trying to remember now, that would have had permitted activity, or rather controlled activity supermarket, and then anything else would be non-complying potentially.
Correct. So I was involved in that, but behind the scenes as a junior for Miss Crawford. And ultimately what we did in that situation, before you, Commissioner Ray, was a site-specific supermarket zone with supermarket-focused objectives and policies and outcomes, so that you couldn't turn up and have, say, a trade activity or another activity on that site. So you couldn't do, look, in that one we coupled obviously a plan change straight away with the resource consent with it, so you had that certainty. But doing that with a large format retail zone, you wouldn't be able to, because you could still pull back off your resource consent and enable a whole lot of other activities on the site. I think the point is, I mean, I acknowledge that that's going some way to try and address an issue by looking through that zone, but the submissions of Foodstuffs, it's not the answer to what we're trying to achieve, and would be actually quite difficult to achieve in practice to provide for this additional demand.
Just on that thing, sorry to keep asking you questions, but
that's fine.
So in your paragraph 4, you're pretty clear in your...
Yeah, it's outside scope of this process.
Well, yeah, you're really saying that you want to make more provision for supermarkets, a better consenting pathway within the zoned areas, but in terms of outside the zones, a private plan change would presumably need to rely on some all-embracing policies and objectives that give it a bit of a kick along.
Correct.
So you've asked for that as part of your strategic directions.
Correct. So, and that's where we still sit. So I just wanted to identify there that I acknowledge that there's been some movement from the council in trying to provide for them, but that it ultimately didn't resolve the concerns that we've addressed right from the onset in this process. And also just wanted to acknowledge on paragraph 4 there that it's again outside your scope to be considering what's happening outside the zone at the moment. So we're in the position where today the team has turned up to talk about enabling supermarkets within those zones in terms of FOSA's existing interests, and ultimately in that theme of economics evidence of there's a need, there should also be a need, some provisions to enable those expansion and to continue to meet that growth from the existing supermarkets within the town zones. And that's where we're going to focus today.
I think that's a useful discussion to have up front. So thank you very much.
And other than that, Commissioner, I mean, I don't intend to speak from a legal perspective any further. I think that's better to pass over to planning. And before we do that, it might be useful just to hear from Mr. Colgrave, who is diligently waiting online.
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Colgrave. Thank you. We're in your hands now.
Sorry, I can't hear anyone there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, sir.
Oh, sorry, I might not have had it turned on. Thank you for coming on the Zoom call, and we've read your evidence, and we're welcome for you to go through and maybe read out your executive summary. And what I'm particularly interested in is, commonalities between you and Mr. Foy. I think there is some agreement up front in terms of demand and need and so forth. So if you can help draw any comparisons where it's useful to us, that would be useful to us.
Sure. Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I guess the context is that Selwyn is the fastest growing district in New Zealand. Its population is set to continue growing very rapidly over time, and the latest official estimates show that we're still tracking well above the high population scenario. So growth is happening. It's happening very quickly. And obviously with that additional growth comes additional supermarket spending, and there's obviously a need for a lot more supermarkets over time. And I've estimated it could be, the need for up to 10 additional supermarkets over the next 25 to 30 years. So there's a lot of supermarket demand coming. All of the existing town centre zones already have a supermarket of some sort. Rolleston's got 2. And so the question really becomes, how do we accommodate this additional supermarket demand over time, given that the town centre zones already contain a supermarket, and supermarkets have very exacting and unique location requirements, due to the fact that they're large stores and they have very high visit frequency. So the question then becomes, what's the most appropriate way to provide for them? And I think Mr. Foy and I are quite closely aligned in the sense that we both agree that we will need to accommodate a lot of these supermarkets. It's not going to work within the town centre zone because they already have a supermarket and there's not much space left. And the question then becomes, well, what's the most appropriate response? And Mr. Foy's evidence, I think, is quite focused on a specific question. Can we accommodate them in the large format retail zone, and what might be the appropriate activity status? And so he's answered that question. But it seemed to me, reading his evidence, that it was quite focused, quite narrowly on that specific point, and that's the scope he'd been directed to. I think there's a broader question: is how else should we be accommodating these things over time? And I think it's important to note that there's only one large format retail zone proposed at this stage, and it's held by one landowner. And, so that's very limiting in terms of what it means in practical terms. So the person who currently owns the land proposes large format retail zone would be able to build a supermarket if that went ahead. Everyone else would have to apply for that zone first and then go through the process, as Ms. Booker said. So that seems to me quite circuitous and a sort of inefficient way to get there. And my view, having worked on supermarkets in lots of districts around New Zealand, is just generally a more flexible and enabling approach is really what's required. And it really comes back to the fact that, supermarkets are accessed many times per year. I've sort of estimated it's about 110 times per year per household that people go to a supermarket. So people are coming and going all the time. There's about 15,000 supermarkets per day, visits per day in the district at the moment. So the stores need to be in the right place. They need to be really easily accessible, and they need to meet a bunch of other site criteria and everything else. So it's quite a tricky proposition to find the right site. And I think Ms. Parrish's evidence that it's taken 10 to 12 years for them to find the right site for a pack and save store really emphasises that. So I acknowledge that the large format retail zone is one way of providing potentially for a supermarket, but it's a very narrow set of options that it provides, particularly given that there's only one zone proposed. And so we need a much broader and more flexible and enabling approach, I think. So we need a consenting pathway through many other zones that allows a supermarket operator to come along, assess its case, give the council the comfort that it's the right place and it's the right thing to do, but not be so restrictive in general terms. And the other issue, I guess, with the large format retail zone, from my perspective, is it's effectively on the wrong side of the road to service the Rolleston catchment. So it looks very close on the map, but in practical terms, you're crossing a state highway, you're crossing a railway line, and so from a convenience and accessibility point of view, it's perhaps not the best place for new supermarkets to go. So my view really is we need a really enabling approach that allows supermarkets on a case-by-case basis to assess the merits and to have a district plan framework that acknowledges we will have a lot more of these over time. So we need to find the best way to accommodate them.
And I'll just ask you a question now. In terms of the retail distributional effects, I think you've covered that off. What the submitter is asking us is to scale that back a bit and not require that in every instance, and that's part of the sort of relief sought. Could you just sort of elaborate on that a little bit more in terms of the impact of the consenting pathway and the need to do such economic analysis in every instance?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think as a general proposition, a standalone supermarket generally won't have retail distribution effects, certainly not to the point that would be significant. I'm not clear that we're trying to waive the need to assess it on a case-by-case basis, but having done dozens of supermarket applications in many places and have been part of the Pack and Save application in the last year, a supermarket just by itself, without a whole bunch of supporting retail around it, has a very limited role and function. And so, centres that really perform a much broader role of commercial, civic, educational, all that stuff. So a supermarket by itself will obviously affect the trade of other supermarkets in a town centre, but it really won't affect the trade or vitality or health or role and function of any other tenancy in the centres that it's located nearby. So the general proposition, I think, is that the retail distribution effects from a standalone supermarket would be very limited. But I'm not clear that we would be seeking to waive the need to assess it on a case-by-case basis. But if that was the case, my general view would be that there'd be very limited scope for effects.
It's possible I'm confusing the relief with another submitter, but
yeah, so that's not it. Yeah, we expect that on every consent application you would justify your retail distribution effects. That's not.
I'll hold that question for the next submitter.
Thank you.
But no, that was a useful answer. Thank you very much for that. Hand over to the panel to see if they have any questions of Mr. Colgrave.
No, I think that the question of development of supermarkets on a standalone basis address the property management rather than the economist. So I'll hold that thought for now. And no.
Thank you. And Raywin, do you have any questions?
Yes, well, not a question as such, but I just wanted to say I did find the case study that you talked about, the Pack and Save, I think it was in Rangiora, interesting.
Yes.
And that it didn't, in the long term, it didn't actually draw business away from the town centre, which I found interesting.
Yes, absolutely. I think the case study is a really good way of making the effects a bit more tangible rather than a theoretical exercise. Yeah, we found it useful as well.
Yeah, but I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay, do you have any questions?
I've not got a lot. I think the economic case is fairly compelling in that Selwyn's growing, supermarkets need to be located near the community they're serving. There is limited offerings in terms of town centre locations for new supermarkets, etc. So I think that's pretty well understood. I guess from an economic perspective, is there any sort of exemplar set of planning provisions which can deal with the tensions that there are? Not everybody likes potentially to have a supermarket next door to them. There will be site-specific circumstances that are involved, which need to be assessed. But from an economic perspective, is there something in which you could say, well, we recognise that there are economic benefits. We will assess the retail distribution effects, but this is the way, this is the direction at a policy level. A council needs to be able to deal with what I'm anticipating is a fairly common issue around the faster growing parts of the country.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. And I'm clearly not a planner, so I'll try and stay on my lane. But
Yeah.
my experience has been the most pragmatic, I think, and sensible solution that I've seen rolled out across a lot of places is to have a restricted discretionary status in a lot of zones for supermarkets, and then to assess, things like retail distribution effects as one of the matters of discretion. So that seems to have been the pathway that has been most commonly adopted, particularly in the second generation plans that have rolled out the last 5 to 10 years. So restricted discretionary seems to be the right balance between having the ability to assess something case by case, but without creating a really onerous planning framework or hurdle that makes it difficult or too hard for people to have a go.
Yeah, I understand that. And there's probably more questions for Mr. Allen about whether or not RD is, and what we've got at the moment is specifically directed to a decision maker about the significance of those effects, or potential significance. But thank you for your answer.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. No further questions of Mr. Colgrove. And well, before we go on, I think Mr. Foy, you're listening. Is there anything that you seek clarification on as part of the officer response that you might need to ask now, or are you happy with what you heard?
No, nothing I require in addition to.
I was going to say, Commissioner, I'm happy for Ms. Colgrave just to wait there as part of the team response. And if there are additional questions that pop up, he'd be available to answer those. Otherwise, we will get Mr. Allen to briefly address his evidence.
Thank you, sir. I just want to commend you as well on your planning evidence. It's very, very well set out with an executive summary. You've got the main content and then the amendments you're seeking. That's really useful for us. So thank you for that, and we'll welcome. You can address us how you wish, but you could start with maybe the executive summary. Yeah.
Certainly, if you have it in front of me, I propose just kicking off at paragraph 10. Now, boiled down to it, foodstuff submission is primarily that the proposed plan does not currently enable existing or future planned supermarket activity, and it's lacking that flexible approach to anticipated growth. In the context of the legal opening, my statement does focus primarily on the amendments that I believe need to be made within the context of the existing rules within the commercial mixed-use zone to better reflect the ability for existing stores to expand, adapt to market growth. And I've acknowledged throughout that the bigger issue of out-of-centre development is perhaps a better addressed through the likes of the residential hearings topic, where out-of-centre supermarkets are typically located. So in terms of the planning assessment at 11, I've been guided by Mr. Colgrave's economic evidence in respect of the growth that's occurring that you've just heard, and what that leads to in terms of household size, household spending. And I consider the proposed plan needs to recognise the interplay between residential and business growth. There is a strong emphasis on the residential growth to be accommodated through the likes of the urban growth overlay. My position is that that doesn't correlate to the provision for business growth to meet that need. At 12, I've set out the framework to the centres approach within the plan. You'll be familiar with that, the township network, activity centre network, and the hierarchy of zones. I point out there's currently 7 supermarkets in the district centres, and at paragraph 16, and I think this is really the crux of the supply issue, in relation to Rolleston Key Activity Centre and Town Centre Zone, which is the powerhouse of the district. So despite being afforded that status, its critical district-wide role in the residential growth anticipated, the plan only provides for new supermarkets within its confined town centre zone. And we've heard from both the economists that there's very limited suitable land in that area. I believe the same can be said of Lincoln Key Activity Centre and Town Centre Zone. In all other areas of the district, any supermarket, certainly a new supermarket, would face a bit of a challenging consenting route. Jump down to 18. The proposed plan enables residential growth through its urban growth overlay, but not the necessary corresponding consideration for business growth. And the upshot of that really is an insufficient business growth provision to meet what we hear is that increasing demand. In my view, more enabling provision should be made for the upgrading and expansion of existing supermarkets and future commercial growth outside of centres, where it can be demonstrated that it's an appropriate response to market population changes and also effects can be managed. So in an out of centre sense, the market demand would fall on an economic assessment. This, I believe, would be a more appropriate response to the strategic directions as proposed and would better acknowledge the importance of enabling growth that's in accordance with the higher order documents. I agree with supermarkets being provided within centres. However, in the case of a constrained town centre zone, where it's the only permissive location with limited availability, this does limit the ability for new supermarkets to meet projected growth within zone. Paragraphs 21 and then leading into the remainder of my statement, these are really in the interest of providing a flexible pathway. So I'll discuss possible amendments within the structure of the commercial mixed-use zone. And really at 22, despite the economic evidence regarding growth, the plan is notified does not enable supermarkets in any zone without requiring resource consent, except they have permitted activity status in the town centre zone. However, the development standards or design requirements will invariably trigger the need for consent.
On that now?
Yes.
Just to, I just put to you, wouldn't it be unusual to expect a development as large as a supermarket to be fully compliant in all respects and not require at least a controlled activity consent for landscaping or signs that are too large or something
Yep, that's my experience.
Is it? So
Yep.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a situation that would be fully compliant. Is that your expectation, that the rules would fully provide for a supermarket without any consent?
Well, no, I guess starting with permitted activity status and the appropriate zone, that would be my expectation. Yes. And then the design standards that would be attached to that activity where the consideration needs to come in.
Invariably, the signs rules are just woefully inadequate for a supermarket, aren't they? And that would be the first one that would trigger a consent, and then potentially landscaping and access widths is another one that comes up regularly. But so what you're really saying there is any zone without requiring resource consent. You're really referring to activity status there. Is that? That's
right.
Your point. Okay.
You're separating between the activity and the building too, though, right? So we're not suggesting that it would be permitted to modify or alter the building. It's just the activity itself is envisaged.
Yep.
Yeah. So consent would inevitably be required as soon as you change the existing building through the provision suggested by Mr. Allen, which is a restricted discretionary for a modification to an existing building. It's just the activity itself is one that should be contemplated. Yeah.
Yep. So I mentioned the town centre zone is at para 23, where supermarkets as an activity are permitted. In the local commercial zone, and this is where there is a change, a new building or addition to an existing building greater than 450, which in most instances captures a supermarket is a restricted discretionary activity, and that's the act of building that Ms. Booker was talking to. However, the activity itself is identified as non-complying. So that's the activity status question that I'm focusing on, is that it's sending a signal that supermarket activity is not necessarily accommodated. Then following from the rules list where activity status is captured, the rule requirements trigger these further consent requirements. And it's here that I identify that full discretionary activity status for the likes of a breach of active frontage or car parking location in a supermarket sense, to me it's overkill in terms of the effects that are to be considered and also the functional needs of that particular activity. I've mentioned foodstuffs existing stores in the district, most of which I believe don't incorporate the active frontage that the proposed plans seeking. Car parking located between road and building. Now, in these cases, this is the lawful established environment, and invariably when those stores seek to upgrade or expand, those same issues are still to be there. So to require a consent for a full discretionary activity where an existing store doesn't meet those standards is, in my view, more than required. So it really comes down to the need for a balance between the amenity considerations that those types of standards are seeking to achieve, as well as this quite specific operational requirements of the store.
Just on that, I think, Ms. Parrish, you've got a statement. We will have some questions about that, about the operational requirements. So we'll direct those towards you, if that's okay.
I have done an unusual
Yep.
turn, but
no, that's fine.
that
Yep.
you might have questions arising from planning that then Ms. Parrish.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. But we will be interested in the what the operational requirements are.
Then Ms. Parrish doesn't tend to believe that.
Good. Okay, thank you.
So continuing within 26, towards the bottom, restricted discretionary activity status with matters of discretion that recognise the functional and operational requirements of supermarkets would, in my view, provide a more focused and efficient consenting pathway for breaches of those matters. At attachment 1, these are my recommended changes. I've tracked those alongside the officer's recommendation. So just summarising, these seek to provide for supermarkets as a permitted activity in the town centre and local centre zone, with any breach triggering restricted status. I've also suggested some wording around matters of discretion that bring in consideration of the requirements of the activity.
Yep, I'm interested in that, actually. We'll be interested in those changes. Just that question I asked earlier about retail distributional effects, which I understood the answer to be that that the submitter is accepting that they'll need to do that. So that would be part of the RDI restricted discretionary package. Would it? There'd be I need to be taken to where it is, but I presume that if they were permitted, supermarkets were permitted activity, at what point do we do the economic assessment? You know?
Yeah, I wasn't considering that to be a matter of discretion within the commercial zones.
So that goes back to my question that that it's accepted there aren't any retail distributional effects if they're located in commercial zones. Yeah, so I think I did understand that, so that's fine. Okay, and that's the basis of the economics evidence you've got. Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could quickly whip through those changes, just so that we've got that on the top of our mind. So this is attachment 1, isn't it? Is that right?
Yes.
The attachment.
I'll just follow the order that's in the officer's report. So up front, some of the suggested wording that talk to the operational requirements for supermarkets in relation to an active frontage or a car parking breach. So this will be in an instance where one of the existing stores expands, triggers those rules as a restricted discretionary activity, and then allows for consideration of the specifics of how that activity operates.
For a restricted discretionary, not full, you're asking for restricted, not full.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll just throw it over to the panel again. I'll go to Mark again. Have you got any questions of Mr. Allen?
Yeah, it's just in the context of today's hearing, we're talking about supermarkets within these zones, and your evidence saying, based on the economic evidence, is that someone's going to need somewhere between 8 and 10 new supermarkets going forward. That would suggest that there's not enough zones.
Correct.
I mean, that if they have to be within zones and allow, if the rules allow them in zones, we don't have that many zones, so that we would somehow expect the development plan changes to include sufficient zones to allow these to be built. Otherwise, we're still in a bit of a muddle, saying that we need them in zones, and we don't have sufficient zones. Okay, that's just how I read it. I mean, that confirms that. Thank you. So yeah, I guess that's really my only question on that. And in the local zones, typically, are they not large enough? You've given us the estimate of what you need in a supermarket floor area, and the local zones themselves are generally not large. If you have a 2,000 square metre supermarket, the local zones typically don't seem to accommodate that anyway, in terms of the sheer size of the zone. If they did enable a supermarket, the ones that are proposed and the ones that exist simply aren't large enough. Just if you can confirm that, simply aren't large enough for that kind of development anyway. They'd need an extension, a plan change to extend the zone as they stand.
Well, yes, in most cases they would. The existing sites wouldn't be of sufficient size. So the decision to expand or establish new is obviously driven by the urban growth that's anticipated. So what my position is that the rules as proposed don't allow that response.
Thank you.
Raymond, do you have any questions of Mr. Allen?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I think this whole topic is challenging, if you like, in that we're being told from supermarket operators that there's not enough supply, but also we have a very confined set of zoned land, if you like, to be able to carry out the commercial functions generally to support the enhanced growth. You haven't mentioned any particular changes to emphasize in the policy framework. This particular challenge that there is between supermarkets being, if you like, a special category of retail. They're a different category from other forms of retail. Is there anything in terms of potentially giving supermarkets a leg up that could be done to those provisions?
The way I've looked at it is, and this again, it's in the context of the commercial zone that we're talking of, is that provided the rules are sufficiently enabling for supermarkets and recognising their specific requirements, I believe the objectives and policy framework within the zone, particularly with the office's recommended changes, those objectives and policies wouldn't provide a barrier to a consent application. Because really within the zone, what I'm talking of is existing foodstuffs, existing stores. As they expand, if it's a restricted discretionary trigger, the policy framework doesn't so much come into play. It doesn't represent a deterrent to that consent being granted, because the focus on, or the consideration of effects is so limited. Where I see your point is outside of the commercial zones, how best to provide for supermarkets in other areas.
Yeah, so if you like, there was two parts to my question. The first one was within zone, but presumably if there is an out of zone proposal, you're going to be looking to transfer some of the existing policy framework that might apply across to a new site.
Yes.
In terms of those, and we've already heard about the retail distributional effects being of lesser importance when there is a new or expanded facility in a town centre or an appropriately zoned site than it is elsewhere. So really the whole purpose of the question is in terms of the entire package, regardless of town centre or local centre, etc., is there sufficient guidance to be able to direct a decision maker both within zone and without zone? And I think your answer was, yep, there's enough there to be able to get you across the line at a policy level.
Within zone, but I agree for out of zone, there would be a policy change required that recognises the need for supermarkets, this type of activity, to respond to growth, but also on the basis that that does not undermine the centre's hierarchy that the plan establishes.
Yeah.
So outside of zone, there would be a need for a supportive or appropriate policy framework that allows a decision maker to consider on a site-specific basis a new supermarket out of zone isn't going to undermine the centre's network that's established.
Okay, so how would you see that unfold? I know we're focusing on the commercial zones and what we know as the commercial zones, but we've been told you need to find new sites. Okay, so how would that unfold in practice?
Could I just intervene? Is that related back to your strategic direction submissions in any way? Is that where the answer lies in terms of what the submitter wants?
Yes.
And with this, so Mr. Allen wasn't part of strategic directions. We considered with the strategic directions that it wasn't appropriate to single out supermarkets at that high level. So ultimately where we're left is exactly the question that Commissioner Dace has asked, which is, if we were, say, for example, in a residential zone chapter now, he's asking Mr. Allen, how would that look from a policy point of view? Because we have a high level direction that commercial activity needs to be provided to meet demand and need. But once you get at the lower level, what does that look? So I know we're branching outside of this particular
chapter. To what relief you've actually asked for too, because we can't wish up some new provisions here as part of this process.
No, but we do have quite extensive relief because we did seek to have supermarkets enabled outside of zone.
Please answer that if you wish to, but we are confined to what we can deal with here, that's for sure.
Yeah, if we look to the residential chapter or that hearings topic, that's where I see there to be a opportunity for a policy framework that just addresses non-residential activity, the appropriateness of it, the scale of it, the need for it, and that would obviously need to nestle under the strategic directions. So giving impetus to the strategic directions, recognising urban growth generally, and then that would provide the framework for a consent pathway for a site-specific or specific development.
Plan change or both?
Well, it could be both, but yeah.
Mm.
Right, sorry, Lindsay, I might have hijacked your question there.
Well, yeah, a little bit, but that's all right. I guess the main concern is about whether or not the other provisions, like for setting aside strategic directions for now, but whether the provisions could easily and give specific direction to a decision maker about compatibility for an out of zone proposal. It needn't be supermarkets, it could be something else. And I guess, is the residential zones the place for that to go? Because if you look at the residential existing objectives and policies, and to be sure, they'll need to be looked at again, but is that the right place to be able to deal with this vexed issue? The non-residential and residential zones is my reading, and traditionally and historically within residential zones is all around compatibility with the residential environment. It deals with the home occupations, it deals with the churches and the community centres that might choose to be in a residential area, it deals with those things well, but for a substantial building with a substantial level of activity, is that the right place to look at it? And we should potentially be looking at it during the commercial zone provisions.
Would it be useful just to acknowledge here that the operative Selwyn District Plan does just this? It provides for non-residential activities as discretionary activities. So a supermarket, for example, a Rolleston Pack and Save at Levi Road, is considered a discretionary activity in which to assess whether you're consistent with the objectives policies. What this new plan does is completely cuts that opportunity off, and what you're all grappling with through your questions is exactly why Foodstuffs is here today. Not only do you get cut off through this proposed plan to even be able to have a consenting pathway outside of centres, we're also looking at a situation where you're non-complying if you're larger than 1,000 square metres within centres. So I accept that, and it definitely acknowledge the challenges you have in terms of the scope of the existing framework and how to manoeuvre within that. But you're all bang on the issues, which is why we are presenting before you across these chapters.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm happy with that. The answer, whether or not it's the solution or not, it remains to be seen. But if I can drop it down to the local centre and your aversion to having non-complying status for the bigger supermarkets in the local centres, is there not a concern about if you have a significant amount of the land in a local centre or indeed a neighbourhood centre to be taken up with one activity, that might affect the overall vitality and the purpose of that particular zone if it's such a dominant use in that particular location? Hopefully I've expressed that okay.
I think so. Yes, but I don't believe there's a risk of that in the existing centres.
Why?
Where the supermarkets are already established, and the lack of available land or opportunities for new stores to open.
But presumably as the district grows, there's going to be more than just supermarkets required to service the population.
Correct.
And so if there is a greater discretion available for one particular land use, will that discriminate the opportunities for other appropriate land uses to establish in the future?
In the centres, I don't believe so, because the growth that's occurring and projected to occur is what's forcing the likes of Foodstuffs to look beyond the existing centres. So it's really following the residential catchment that is being developed, and by necessity, that's taking supermarkets outside of existing centres. In Rolleston case, with the urban growth to the south and east of the town, that's where the new residential catchment is developing.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you answered my question. It was more about the existing centres and the ability as a discretionary activity or even a restricted discretionary activity to utilise most of the available land for one particular use. and whether that's appropriate for the overall functioning of that particular centre.
Yeah, and I don't think with the makeup of the centres and the size of them, that does pose a risk. I don't think an expanded supermarket would compromise or remove that range of activities and vitality that you'd expect in a centre.
Yeah, okay, except there's potentially less land available for other uses, appropriately zoned land available for other uses. I think we can leave it there. I don't have any other questions. I've got one question from Ms. Parrish, but I presume we're hearing from her next.
So just, if I could just follow up on that, the answer you gave, Mr. Allen, related to expansion of existing supermarkets, but the rule or the relief you're seeking would apply equally to a new supermarket, wouldn't it? Would it not? Because it's just
that's right.
So that's your main consideration is expansion, not necessarily setting up new supermarkets, which may not happen in the existing centres because there's already supermarkets there. But is it a good enough answer for us to say it's not likely to happen, rather than have a rule that that deals with it if it does happen? You know, clarify the relief sought.
Certainly, yeah, there are two parts to it. It's the expansion of existing stores and the activity status that we've sought there. The lack of available land, lack of opportunity for new stores within those centres is, that's not pointing to the concern that the Commissioner has.
With that answer, Lindsay, do you want to follow up, or are you happy to consider it?
I think we can leave that there. Thank you.
So I think we've got no further questions, Mr. Allen. So just Ms. Parrish, when you're ready, we'll take your statement.
So just asking Ms. Parrish to highlight some of the key points in her evidence.
Yeah, sure. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. First off's concerns are that the proposed plan fundamentally ignores our operational and functional requirements of a supermarket. And we're really concerned about that. And it will result in a lack of certainty for us. Certainly with the qualitative urban design controls that are proposed through the plan. And we think that this will unduly be a restrictive result, and it will add an extra layer of regulation that relies on a really subjective assessment of what might be considered good urban design by officers within Selwyn District Council. Commissioners, if it's okay, I'd like to begin by just quickly reiterating from paragraph 10 of my statement, and that we're open as an activity almost all year, and we have to be agile and flexible with our operations. We have to balance operational and functional and form requirements throughout our site design and our activity. So we must maintain secure loading facilities, have good suitable access for large delivery vehicles, and those delivery vehicles are getting larger and larger, so that we're moving up to sort of 23-metre lengths of truck and trailer units in order for us to be as efficient as we possibly can and as environmental as we possibly can. And while achieving quality amenity outcomes, supermarket operations need to be both practical and functional. And I can't re-emphasise that enough. It is a real fine balancing act between what customers demand in terms of convenience, as Fraser Colgrave reiterated in his statement. South Islanders visit the supermarket some 110 days a year. Yeah, well, which is 3 times a week. So it's quite often. So there's a lot of movement through the supermarkets. So we need to balance safety, accessibility, placement, all those sort of fundamental functional requirements. There are two issues that I do want to speak about today, and the first one is the active frontage through glazing. I strongly am of the opinion that supermarkets are really active places. They're very human-centric spaces. Commissioner Daish talked about vibrancy and vitality. I mean, a supermarket is a really good example of that. It may be one store, but there is so much movement and activity through that site. The community is visiting it some 3 times a week. It encompasses vibrancy and vitality, but it seems to get a bad reputation for being one store, yet it encompasses so much for the community. Activation is not just arrived at through large amounts of floor level glazing. Interaction with a street edge can be achieved through a number of different ways, including high quality landscaping, public spaces, seating, sculptures, and things like cafes. I'm reading from paragraph 17 of my statement. Stores are designed to accommodate as much glazing as foodstuffs can operationally install, and our designs, glazing is one of the paramount features of it. We try and put in and input as much glazing into the design as possible. But glazing designs do have limitations. Freezer units, racking, back of grocery bay shelving, fresh bakery, fresh foods, staff husbandry such as locker spaces, all those sort of staff requirements, storage, loading and preparation areas are not always practicable and are not always able to include glazing with them. We also need to balance the Building Act requirements that legislation sets, which includes fire compliance and internal functioning, as well as structural compliance as well. So there is a real balance there. So to be blunt, to put a rule in place that says X amount of glazing is necessary to make a good supermarket design, is in order to activate, just is a real restraint in terms of a practical functioning design. If there's too much glazing, we then need to put, and depending on where the supermarket is located to the sun, we then need to put blinds like the blinds behind you in place, which defeats the purpose of the glazing as well. So there is a real fine balance there. In terms of the location of car parking, due to the high private vehicle usage of supermarket customers, access and car parking arrangements are designed to allow customers to get in and out of the supermarket as quickly and as safely as possible. And safety cannot be underestimated in terms of what compliance levels we need to comply with through WorkSafe and New Zealand standards. Foodstuffs aims to design supermarket sites that can separate the goods loading from the customer. And as we become focused more and more on safety, that becomes more and more important. If we can provide a supermarket design that has the loading facilities quite separate from the customer, that is achieving, a really high safety element to the design. It also, the separation of the goods delivery from the customer also provides not just a safer environment by preventing conflict between delivery vehicles and customer vehicles, but it also promotes a more attractive supermarket frontage. And although you could argue that a loading dock can provide vibrancy, others would argue that it probably doesn't. Yeah, it certainly has movement. So we do like to try and separate our back of house. As part of our safety design requirements as well, we try and emphasise the needs of the pedestrian in terms of moving the customer through the site as well. So good pedestrian and safe pedestrian access. We're also focused on reducing our carbon footprint, and we take our CSR requirements very seriously, a social responsibility in terms of being able to backload with our truck and trailer units. So we might be backloading with recyclables, packaging, cardboard, those kind of things, or pallets. Often it's pallets. So we are moving into logistical and fleet management, which has bigger and bigger trucks, and you can see that all throughout New Zealand. You know, the fleets are getting the size of the trucks are getting larger, so we do need to be able to circulate them safely on site. We also have children frozen truck and trailer units are also rear accessed, so we need to be able to accommodate them, and a children frozen unit would arrive at a supermarket daily. Rear car park designs are therefore contrary to achieving a safe, secure and well integrated customer design. Customers should not be drawn to the rear of a store just to provide what we have often been told is a successful urban design outcome by attempting to hide the car park. In our experience, this conflicts with the customer experience and it conflicts with SIPTED requirements. Customer safety and security is also an important consideration, especially when the supermarket is open after daylight hours. Customers require well-lit car parks, close and easy access to and from their vehicle to the store entry and exit. And if the car parking is positioned behind or remote to the building, safety issues can arise as the car park is not visible from the street or integrated with the front of house supermarket activities. And our customers are not just healthy South Islanders, they are the vulnerable, they are the elderly, they are the mobility impaired. So, you know, safe access is so important. Supermarkets are not a once a week destination. They're integrated and essential part of our community hub for the collection of essential goods, and more so with COVID. Customers want fresh produce and seek to shop some 3 or 4 times a week. So convenient access is really critical to our operational focus. Foodstuffs' existing supermarkets are characterised by car parking between the frontage of the store and the road, and in Selwyn District, those examples include Rolleston New World and Lincoln New World. So in conclusion, Foodstuffs seeks recognition for its current supermarket activities and flexibility to accommodate expected business growth in and around Selwyn, primarily in Rolleston. Obtaining resource consents from local authorities can have a time and cost implication, and we surely know about that, and create uncertainty during the development process where unnecessary and restrictive regulation is imposed. Supermarket operations are complex in design and needing in both practical and functional, while also achieving quality amenity outcomes. There needs to be appropriate provisions for supermarkets which will be required to service the growing population. And the presumption in the proposed plan that car parking areas and buildings without transparent glazing detracts from the attractiveness and amenity of a centre is simply not justified. Amenity outcomes can be achieved through many other methods while still accommodating operational needs. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's very clear. Very clear. The only question I've got really is, have you read the urban design report attached to the 42A report, the Council's Urban Design Advisor? And you've generically addressed all those things, but is there anything in particular? I mean, for instance, the officer included some examples of where parking can be provided at the back and so forth. What's your sort of, or do you know why the parking was provided at the rear in those instances? Do you happen to know that?
Parking isn't provided at the rear in those instances. In those examples, Durham Street.
Queenstown one, yeah.
Yeah, both Queenstown and Durham Street New World have parking to the front of the supermarket. Right. Yeah.
So, okay, well, forgetting about those for the moment, is there any, there will be examples, I'm sure, where it has been done. Is that likely to have been as a result of council urban design sort of pressure, if you like, to do that, or is it something that the operator has willingly done, or can you not comment on that?
That's such an interesting question. We've got old examples of car parking at the rear. I think this is a bit of a sinister example, but Woolston New World, before it was demolished and rebuilt as Ferry Road Road New World in Christchurch, had car parking to the rear. That was a very good example of the conflict with SIPTED design, because there was a body in the boot in that car park for 3 days. before it was found. Yeah, that shows as a really raw example that safety of customers should come first. Thankfully, that site's been redesigned and the car parking is at the front and is visible.
I'll hand over to the panel now. So, okay, Mark.
I was going to ask about the standalone supermarkets, but in the context of today's hearing, it's not quite relevant because we're talking about supermarkets within the zones, so they simply aren't standalone by the very nature of being in the zone. So I think I'll park that question. It possibly becomes relevant for sort of some of the other hearings when they may ask about standalone supermarkets and zones. But in the context of today's hearing, we're talking about supermarkets within zones. So no, I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Raylan, do you have any questions?
Hang on, I'll just bring my questions up. I wanted to ask something about car parking. Here it is. So actually, you've already answered one of my questions. Do you know of any other supermarkets that have car parks at the rear? But you've answered that. If parking was located at the rear of a supermarket, where would the supermarket's refuse centre be located so as to maintain the community's visual and odour-free amenity?
It's tricky. It would probably have to be located out onto one of the road profiles. It also means that if you've got car parking to the rear of a site, you need to have a dual entranceway for customers to the front of the site and to the rear. That makes the internal layout of the supermarket quite compromised. It certainly compromises security as well. And you're right, it will compromise the remainder of the layout of the site. It also, we had an example years ago, and it was actually a Woolworths example where in Bishopdale, Woolworths had two entranceways into the internals of the supermarket, one to the one to the front and one to the side, and they had significant security issues with customers, entering from one side entrance and not being able to manage that. So there are some real difficulties there.
I think you've given really practical reasons why you think car parking shouldn't be at the rear, and I've read those carefully, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Any questions?
Yeah, just one. Obviously, you're promoting a position where there should be resource consent only required for very, very confined matters. Do you see a scenario where it should be potentially permitted for those it should be a standards-based approach as a permitted activity as opposed to being a matter of discretion? Or put it another way, are you necessarily concerned about applying for resource consent for your new developments?
Commissioner Dash, we are accepting of applying for resource consents for our supermarkets. We are accepting that our supermarkets are one store and that they are complex and that they often have various issues and effects associated with them. And we also understand the environment in which we sit, where for every neighbour that wants to be next to a supermarket and located next to one, especially the elderly, there is a neighbour that doesn't want to be located next to a supermarket. So a permitted activity status is not what we're seeking, but we also not supporting council officers' proposal for very restrictive and unnecessary urban design rules.
That's understood, but doesn't the consent process also enable another, if you like, independent, community-focused eye on your design itself? It can often be a bit of a to and a fro between your own project architect and the council people in terms of optimising the design outcomes.
That's correct. We often feel that we're repeating ourselves by continually having to justify our operational needs. That is correct. Yes.
Okay. last one, it's slightly off topic, but what's the status of your Levi Road proposal? It's been submitted to council. Where is it at the moment?
That is correct, sir. It has been submitted to council. It was submitted to council pre-Christmas. It is currently going through its processing. It is a significant and substantial RFI request was undertaken by council. We believe we have answered in those questions that council sought, and we are awaiting public notification.
Public notification. Okay, thank you.
So as the applicant, as Foodstuffs with the applicant, we have requested right from day one public notification.
Okay, thank you.
You can add something.
Yeah, just before we finish up, Commissioner, we were throwing around exactly that question you asked Ms. Parrish before we came today. We were talking about whether, I mean, I'm relatively new compared to Mr. Allen and Ms. Parrish, but in my 10 years, whether input from council from an urban design perspective or landscape perspective had actually altered essentially the layout or location of a building. And none of us have ever been in a hearing or a consent where it actually changed the layout. But what we have all been involved in is the constant having to explain why we've got the layout how it is, because ultimately when you get your layout to the council for consent, there has been 10 to 12 experts crawling all over it from their traffic perspective and their own architectural urban design. And then when you get there, you've generally turned the building around the site numerous times and worked out what doesn't work. Yeah, so none of us have been involved in a situation where there has been a change to the building location on a site as a result of input from council.
So just
they've definitely tried to do it, but commissioners have never accepted it.
And Commissioner Ray, if I could add to that, when designing a supermarket on a site it's quite basic, where we look at what's the optimum of getting a truck through the site, getting customers through the site, where the access points are. You know, all those rudimentary, fundamental questions are asked in layers, and so we will move the building around the site to ensure that we've got the most the balance between function and form. And so that's really important. Setbacks from neighbours, all those layers are undertaken before it's lodged with council. So it's very rigorous. Certainly Foodstuffs goes through a very comprehensive process.
And I also wanted to clarify where I might have led you a little bit astray, because Mr. Allen has talked me back through, and ultimately that is a permitted activity status for supermarkets there. But the standards referred to are ones that inevitably are breached as a result of supermarket, and the criteria that he set out is something that allows that consideration in terms of your active frontage and your car parking to consider those operational requirements.
Restricted discretionary you're seeking for those?
Correct, but only, is it only for the existing, or is it for all on you as well? Oh, yeah.
So I was going to ask that question, so thanks for raising that up.
Yeah,
just to
I
be
felt
absolutely,
like I led you a little bit astray.
So when we're talking about car parking at the rear and active frontages and those sorts of things, Ms. Parrish has, advocated strongly for the need for the operators to not be too constrained, but the relief you're seeking is to have assessment criteria to deal with that as an RDA, restricted discretionary activity, not permitted.
Yeah.
But in the follow-up question was, will you not just go back to the same sort of situation where you have to convince council designers and planners that you need to have parking at the front?
Yes,
will that be thrashed out on every occasion? Not in principle, there won't be a principled response to it, but it'll be assessed in every occasion, won't it? Is that right?
Well, it projects from the outset that supermarkets' requirements dictate the proposal. I mean, you're right. We are having to argue that on a.
Really, if I can understand it correctly, what you're asking for is to downgrade it from discretionary to restricted, and you're still willing to have those discussions with council planners. So we're really debating the activity status here.
Correct.
Is that right?
But we do want that acknowledgement in the assessment criteria of the operational and functional needs. I think the experience has been that when there is some express acknowledgement that the supermarkets do have needs, council officers are more willing to accept the explanation around how the layout works. We're not trying to get away from those discussions. We accept that every site-specific context you'd have to discuss that, but we do want that acknowledgement that we're not just putting it at the back, at the front, just because there are generally operational reasons why it gets put where it gets put.
understand that fully. So thank you. I'm a
Yeah.
bit slow on that one.
And I think that's probably just that retrofitting of the structure of the plan and trying to not completely change or overhaul the whole chapter.
Yeah, just getting back to the car parking, because just thinking about, we're talking about it being at the back or the front, yet Durham Street, for example, and I guess Westport's another example, where car parking's actually probably more at the side. They both have street frontages. It might be because of the sites are actually, but their car parking's actually more to the side. The building itself is not set back from the street, but the car parking is at one side with the entrance, and there is actually a pedestrian flow through the building, from the footpath to the building. The footpath is not set back, just as an alternate siting, I guess, that it doesn't always have to be in front. It can be to the side and not necessarily to the back. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, sir, that is a correct understanding. It is about flow, you're right. It is about how, from a common sense perspective, you get customers to the front door and loading separated at the rear. But what the plan is proposing is car parking to the rear. So that actually splits the site in two, makes the site unsafe at the rear. How do we get those customers connected to the building from the rear? There's a whole nother layer of dumb design in many respects.
So I guess what I've just been sort of thinking about is that to the rear, you certainly argue that it's not a good idea, but to the side and siting the building so it has a better frontage to the major road or the roading network is not impossible.
Correct.
So there is sort of a solution there somewhere.
But not to the
that
rear.
can work.
Yeah,
Although I
but
think Durham Street have the frontage as
We've got
well.
three.
Yeah, there's three
we're on
sides.
three.
So it's site-specific circumstances would need
I
to
think-
dictate the design.
Would it be fair to say that the assessment matters you've put for us to consider would allow that assessment to be undertaken in those instances? In other words, what are the operational functional requirements of the activity? What's the degree of visibility and viewed from the street? So all of those things could be considered as part of any particular proposal, couldn't they?
Correct, and there will be resource consent required, and it'll be a matter, hopefully, of the council being quite pragmatic when they assess those lists against a site-specific project.
All right.
We've definitely tried to take a reasonable and pragmatic approach as to something on the extreme, although we'd love to have it permitted and no consideration whatsoever. We don't think that's something that the community wants,
And that's what I was trying to express, Commissioner. We are trying to be respectful. We understand we're big. We understand that the scale of our stores are large, but they are a complex environment. So we're open to having assessment, but we also would seek that council is open to acknowledging form and function together.
I think we understand what you're putting to us. I certainly do now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Okay. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, we'll take an adjournment now until we hear from Woolworths at 1:30. So thank you. Right, welcome back to the hearing, folks. Just like to welcome the next submitter, which is Woolworths New Zealand Limited, and I believe they're all there and accounted for. Just to let you know, there's two commissioners here in attendance, myself and Commissioner Alexander, and two other commissioners are on the Zoom screen, Commissioner Daish and Commissioner Solomon. So, Mr. Leakey, welcome along. I presume you're going to introduce your team and take it from here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Josh Leakey, Legal Counsel for Woolworths, and with me virtually I've got Ms. Panther Knight, who's giving planning evidence for Woolworths. I appreciate that you've heard from Ms. Panther Knight and myself already in these proceedings. But here we are in the commercial mixed use. I've prepared some short legal submissions. I'm conscious, having been following the hearing this morning, that there's some similar themes that come through from the foodstuffs presentation. And with that in mind, I was proposing to move relatively quickly through the why we're here aspect, because some of what I've got to say repeats what my friend for foodstuffs presented, and then focus more on the relief sought by Woolworths, if that's okay by the commissioners. But I'm happy to slow down or speed up as we go.
That's fine, Mr. Leakey. I should also mention you would have heard we've got an addendum report 42A which came through in the last few days and offers as response to questions. I presume you've caught up with that, hopefully, and that might be relevant to some of the matters you raised. It might not. Okay. And but thank you. Yeah, by all means, don't dwell too much on the why you're here, because we've had a good discussion on some of those points. So we will be really interested in the relief you're seeking and the reasons. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's a helpful steer. So if we move with that in mind, moving to page 3 of my legal submissions, Woolworths hasn't called company evidence for this hearing, but the evidence of Mr. Granger, which was presented at the previous hearing, is particularly relevant in terms of the struggles Woolworths has found in establishing a further supermarket in Selwyn. Relevant to this hearing, Mr. Foy's evidence has also identified that the PDP, as it stood or stands, doesn't make adequate provision for supermarket supply either. And the crux of my submission, therefore, is that the methods, so what we're here talking about today, won't enable the achieving of the strategic directions that Woolworths presented on and fully supports in terms of what the PDP is seeking to control, or seeking to achieve, I should say. At paragraph 18, I've given an example. It's potentially more relevant to the general industrial hearing, which is coming up. And which we're preparing for Woolworths. But it's the example of the Costco retail, or the Costco activity that was consented in Selwyn, and it was consented not as a retail activity as is the case elsewhere for Costco activities, but as a warehouse activity. And in my submission, that is a response to a very direct and control approach to planning, where the applicant and the council in that case was able to prepare and submit that an activity wasn't retail to enable it to get consent in an area where, from what we understand from reading the decision, there was agreement as to its appropriateness. But the implication of that, Costco not being considered a retail activity, meant that the particular controls that Ms. Panther Knight's talking about in terms of the relief sought by Woolworths weren't triggered due to the way that activity was defined. So with that, I'm thinking parking and urban design type outcomes. So I raised Costco as an example of what, in my submission, the PDP should be seeking to avoid, which is applicants running strange planning arguments to enable the consenting of an activity, when if there was a consenting pathway available in these multiple zones and multiple centres, then a more focused planning control could be applied by the council. So that's why I raised the Costco consent as an example of where, in my submission, the plan potentially hasn't been the best solution for enabling the consenting of that activity.
Just on that, Mr. Leckie, if I can interrupt, how would creating a better consent pathway avoid that situation happening again? If someone can argue that it's permitted and doesn't need a consent, why would they go down even a favourable consenting pathway?
Yeah, that's a good question, Commissioner, and I can only speak for my client in this situation. But if we take general industrial, which is a hearing coming up, in my submission, if there was a clear consenting pathway available to an applicant, then there would be less desire or less of a need to stretch, say, a definition to fit better within a zone. If a more targeted and perhaps upfront interpretation of what that activity is, if it's retail, then it can be consented as a retail activity with some quite targeted planning controls around things like transport. So it would just enable a more fit for purpose planning approach to be taken to the consenting of that activity in my submission.
Thank you.
So moving to the relief, which is, I started over the page, and it's a focus of Ms. Panther Knight's evidence. There's essentially two themes, and they're both the restricted discretionary activity themes. So Ms. Panther Knight's evidence details the relief she's supporting being an RDA trigger for consent over a certain GFA threshold within the particular commercial zones. That's for the supermarket itself, and then likewise an RDA trigger for non-compliance with relatively standard rule infringements. And I understand that there was a lot of discussion about that this morning, matters like landscaping, fencing, and parking. So there's two different themes to the relief, but they're both hanging off an RDA, so quite a targeted consenting trigger. And with the, from paragraph 26 onwards, I've just detailed there the standard rule infringement relief that Woolworths are seeking. And essentially that would be moving the trigger from a discretionary, fully discretionary, to an RDA, which is more appropriate in my submission. And Ms. Panther Knight can detail the particular matters of discretion that she's recommending be included in the plan in relation to that. I've outlined at a high level, responding to the 42A, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Foy's, or our reading of Mr. Foy's evidence is that there's not a lot of disagreement from the economists, and I heard Mr. Fairgrave this morning as well, as to the problem. So we'll certainly agree with that and agree with the solution to that problem within the large format retail zone, but seek it be rolled out elsewhere as well. I'm not familiar, sorry, with the amendments if they were in the last day or two, but happy to answer questions or be taken through those as we work through the presentation as they're relevant to the Woolworths submission. So that's the very high level summary of why we're here and what we're after, which is essentially the restricted discretionary trigger over certain GFAs and likewise for the standard rule infringements. So happy to take any questions on that before I introduce Ms. Panther Knight to do the same.
Okay, I'll just check on any questions. Any questions, Mark? No. Raywin, questions? Do you have any questions, Raywin?
Sorry, no.
No. Okay. Oh, your mic was. Lindsay?
None specifically, but I imagine, Mr. Leckie, you can chip in as appropriate when we get to questioning Ms. Panther Knight.
Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just one question, Mr. Leckie. With towards the end of your submissions, you've talked about the avoid word. I presume you're leading towards the non-complying activity status, and warning us, I guess, as to what that means in terms of what avoid means in terms of the law. There's also language like enabling residential activities, and that we had a discussion with Kainoura about that today. It's not necessarily concerning you, but from a legal point of view, enabling would generally mean permitting, wouldn't it? Would that be right? Is that how you understand it? Enabling?
Yes, that would be my interpretation of enabling. Ms. Panthenite uses the word encouraging in the relief sought to the CMUZP1, potentially a more modest descriptor, encouraging. Encouraging to me reads there's still going to be some consenting requirements, and it's certainly not permitted. But yes, the concern around that particular use of the word avoid is that a supermarket potentially fails from the get-go at a policy level, and as you mentioned, Commissioner Ray, more relevant to a non-complying trigger where you're needing to get through either the effects or the policy gateway.
All right, we may come back to you, but we'll take Ms. Knight now. So thank you, Ms. Knight. We'll go to your evidence now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will be similarly brief, having listened to the questions put to the foodstuffs team this morning, and I think it will be most useful in terms of use of our time if we get to those same questions or similar questions that you have for myself and Mr. Leckie. But I did want to very briefly set the scene. And so Mr. Leckie has outlined largely that the crux of Woolworths relief here is to create a flexible, more permissive consenting regime for supermarkets throughout the district. You've heard, and I think Mr. Daish put it correctly in respect of the economic case being compelling. So you've heard why it is we think that's appropriate relative to the unprecedented growth for the district and how it is the economic experts think we need potentially 10 supermarkets in the next 25 years. And so really what we're here to discuss today is how can we assist that? How can the plan facilitate that in an appropriate balance of appropriate and sustainable resource management? So I'll just refer to paragraph 46 of my evidence, which sets out largely the main changes that Woolworths is seeking that I support as relief in terms of activity status of supermarkets. So we've got a table over the page from where 46 commences, and essentially we're agreeing with the council that town centre zone permits supermarkets as an activity on its own, and that activity status should stand. When we come to the next tier down in the centre hierarchy of local centre zone, council's PDP has notified, suggested that supermarkets up to a gross floor area or GFA of 450 square metres could be permitted, restricted discretionary up to 1,000, and then non-complying beyond. The relief that I've proposed in my evidence is that the permitted activity status should apply in local centre zones for supermarkets up to 1,000 square metres, and beyond that it should be restricted discretionary. And in respect of restricting discretion, my view is that council's already set out some useful matters of discretion in the CMUZ chapter in terms of economic assessment and in terms of urban design and knitting in with the fabric of a centre. One of the questions raised to foodstuffs this morning was around whether or not a retail impact assessment is required or appropriate in centre zones, and I think that it is beyond that threshold. I think when you exceed that threshold in the local centre zone, and we'll get to the neighbourhood centre zone separately, that's the point at which we ought to be considering the effect of the scale of the activity, not just on that centre, in terms of the discussion again raised by Commissioner Daish in respect of a supermarket potentially taking up zoned land within a local centre, and considering the potential for impact on that centre's vitality and its function and role in the hierarchy, but also in respect of other centres in the hierarchy, with an expectation that while we are enabling these activities or encouraging in these zones, we do need to look to the intent of the centre's hierarchy in that we're directing growth and commercial development in particular to the town centre and then down relative to the role of each of those centres. And then further in the table with respect to the neighbourhood centre zone, as notified, supermarkets were permitted up to 450 square metres and then non-complying beyond. My view is that, again, like the local centre zone, we can accept permitted activity status up to 450 square metres, identifying, again, the role and function of a neighbourhood centre in terms of scale. And then it should be restricted discretionary beyond. The assessment is the same. The analysis obviously will differ relative to the size and function of the centre, but in my view, that can be appropriately addressed via a restricted discretionary activity status. So then moving on from the activity status of the supermarket, the other two matters that I addressed in my evidence were around new buildings and the expectation for consenting for those in centre zones. One of the questions raised again this morning to Foodstuffs was whether or not, in that case, Foodstuffs, and in this case, Woolworths, would be looking for potential to seek fully permitted activity status. And while, again, that would be helpful from an efficiency perspective for the supermarkets, I think we all acknowledge that there needs to be a balance in respect of how it is centres can deliver their vitality and amenity. And in my view, supermarkets, we agree, do run into conflict with standard infringements and with preference for urban design ideals in terms of new buildings and centres. And that analysis does benefit from consenting. One of the questions raised was whether or not that process has actually resulted in changes to development or indeed improvements. And in my experience, that has been achieved. One example I can think of was in Pocono in Waikato. So in that circumstance, the activity in the operative district plan at the time was discretionary and it was non-complying in the proposed district plan. And that was with respect to critical concerns around character and amenity for the town centre zone in that location. As a result, and similarly to what I hear Foodstuffs discussing this morning around Levi Road, Woolworths sought public notification to accept that on the face of it, the supermarket on that site wasn't exactly what the district plan was seeking to provide. But as a result of discussions with council and that consenting process, if anyone's familiar with the Pocono Countdown site, what it does achieve is a very different approach to frontage controls on Great South Road, with provision of a public amenity plaza, complete with quite a sculptural canopy arrangement to address that street scene from a built form perspective, and also in respect of, I guess you would argue, significant public amenity for the centre. So in my view, while it seemed nonsensical for a supermarket in that circumstance to be discretionary or non-complying, the process did achieve a good outcome for the centre in that circumstance. So as I say, I think the provision for restricted discretionary activity status for new buildings and centres can be supported, and the balance needs to rest in respect of the operational and functional requirements that you heard discussing this morning against those urban design ideals, and the same can be said for standard infringements. So at paragraph 61 of my evidence, I had set out a summary of what I think we would suggest are widely accepted operational and functional requirements for supermarkets. That includes store visibility, provision of appropriate customer car parking, which is clearly visible, accessible, and functionally well connected to the store entrance, provision of solid facades to facilitate internal shelving and fresh produce display, and adequate and accessible servicing areas, preferably separated from customer vehicle traffic and pedestrian movements. I would suggest that aligns wholly with what was discussed with Foodstuffs this morning, which is obviously encouraging. So my view is that the assessment criteria in the PDP actually already do account for operational and functional requirements, and that's supported. If there is concern that that doesn't go far enough and that we are in the potential prospect of having to argue the toss every time, as was discussed this morning, in terms of those requirements relative to urban design ideals, there have been circumstances in Auckland and Hamilton where the specific operational and functional requirements were essentially enshrined in the assessment criteria, and they were specific to assessing new buildings for supermarkets. That is a possibility that the panel may consider. Another matter that was raised this morning that I thought might be useful to discuss up front was the way in which we may look for amendments to the objectives and policies framework to achieve the relief sought. So you heard from myself and Mr. Leckie. We heard from Mr. Leckie at the strategic directions hearing, and it was clear that Woolworths didn't seek any amendments and that strategic directions as proposed were supported by Woolworths. I also support that view. You heard from myself and Mr. Leckie at the urban growth hearing, where we did talk about the requirements to create a more enabling framework for consideration of future commercial zones or future urban development throughout the district. And I think that in the drilling down to the commercial mixed-use zone, the amendments to the policy framework at this point are nominal. And I think that's because the relief that we're seeking is actually aligned with the strategic directions of the PDP, and it's aligned with the relief we were seeking for further flexibility in the urban growth chapter. I've proposed amendments to policy CNUZ P1. And in fact, Mr. Leakey alluded to it before in terms of referencing encouraging rather than avoiding, and building on the discussion around king salmon and its implications for non-complying activities in the avoid matter. Essentially, what I've suggested for that policy is simply flipping the perspective. So the policy as worded was focusing on avoiding incompatible activities. My view relative to the CNUZ is that we should be encouraging activities that are compatible with the character and function of the zone. It's actually achieving the same outcome, but it is a more positive enabling wording that then delivers on the relief sought when you get down to the rules. So just to summarise, and as I say, happy to take questions on the detail of a lot of these bits and pieces, but my view is that the relief that we're seeking in respect of the rules is consistent with strategic direction. It requires only nominal changes to the policy framework at this level. It's consistent with the relief sought in respect of urban growth, which I think acknowledges one of the broader submission points from Woolworths in respect of there not being enough commercially zoned land or appropriately zoned land in order to deliver on the growth that is anticipated. And it's also consistent with other districts' approaches to supermarket consenting, most recently evidenced in Waikato's release of its PDP decisions, which I'll be happy to take you through. But as I say, happy to answer any questions on the back of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. That's a very efficient presentation. Thank you for that. Just one question for me at this stage, and I'll ask one at the end too, probably. If I understand you correctly, you're saying that the PDP's strategic directions, in other words, as notified, would support the relief you're seeking here. Is that what you said?
That's my view, yes.
Yep, but you did also say that the urban growth objectives would need some work or need some amendments to deliver. Is that right?
So to clarify, the relief sought that we've already presented by evidence to the urban growth chapter, in my view, aligns with the relief we're seeking here.
Okay, all right. Now, look, I understand that, and I'll just go to the rest of the panel for questions now. So, Mark.
Thank you. In the table you referred to towards the start of your presentation, you were requesting the changes. So there'd never be a point at which a supermarket in any of these zones would be a non-complying activity. Am I reading that correctly? They'll all be at least a restricted discretionary activity and not a non-complying either.
At worst,
yeah, at worst.
At worst, restricted discretionary, in my view, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just bear that I'm up here with me. I might come back with.
Okay. Raywin, do you have any questions?
No.
Lindsay?
No.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay?
I actually don't have a lot either. I think you've had the benefit also of listening to our questioning this morning of foodstuffs, and to be frank, I think you're relatively well aligned. I guess the only not a concern, but what is still in my mind is the transferability of these provisions to future sites, and whether they are robust enough to be able to be, if you're looking at a out of zone site at some stage in the future, whether there is enough in terms of the commercial mixed zones provisions to be able to adequately deal with all the matters which might come about through such a potential change of use for rural or residential to commercial. And I asked the same questions of foodstuffs as well. And what would your response to be to that? Whether you could just plonk them straight across saying local centre zone in X location, it would still comply, everything be restricted discretionary, or should there be a greater level of analysis required potentially other matters outside of form and function of that particular proposal, which may need to be considered?
So my view in respect of that process is that we would revert back to the urban growth chapter, and we would be looking at pursuing a plan change to further zone commercial zones. Yeah. And that was why we laboured the point of these matters at the urban growth chapter, because that's the point at which we need to be able to support at a policy level exactly what it is we need to achieve. And I think the two are, they go hand in hand. We have an expectation at the urban growth chapter level that we do need to provide further commercially zoned land for appropriate provision of services and other activities to service residential growth. And in that circumstance, where we're looking to lay out commercial zones, we then need to analyse if we were to locate a town centre zone, which would be significant in this district, or a local centre or a neighbourhood centre, we can hark back to strategic directions, urban growth and the CMUZ to explain how it is that new town, that new centre actually delivers those strategic objectives and doesn't undermine the centre hierarchy. I'm of the view that the CMUZ objectives and policies as they stand can comfortably be transferred, but there's a step above that in a broader district sense that we would employ before we would confirm exactly which level of the hierarchy we would adopt. That's informed as well, of course, by the amount of residential growth that might be coming along at the same time, because it's unlikely that we'll be doing centres separate from that. There's a really useful plan that actually a client from Woolworths prepared, and it might serve the panel well, where he's done his own research and drawn a picture of Rolleston in particular, and he's outlined all of the private plan changes and the extent to which they cover land parcels outside existing zoned land in terms of residential similar activity. It paints a very real picture of the way in which development is occurring in an ad hoc way currently under the operative provisions. And what it showed me was that as a result of that increasing residential population, it's clearly what's trying to be addressed in the PDP, is there is a very real lack of centre zone provision to enable appropriate satellite development of these residential areas. And I think that's the point, urban growth, at which we would be able to analyse how exactly we transfer these centre provisions across. Does that answer your question in terms of my view?
Well, yeah, it certainly does, but probably I think there's a few more things out there in terms of urban growth as well, and
sure.
That was pretty a very thorough hearing. There were different points of view and so
Correct.
forth. There was, the relevance of the NPSUD, and and how far does the NPSUD go in terms of is it a complete free for all that out of zone developments can occur anywhere at any time because there's supposedly a compelling case for them, or should there be a much more measured approach in terms of the district plan is there to plan for the future, it needs to give guidance and direction and so forth, and therefore ad hoc developments, if you may call them that, should have to go through a high level of rigour.
I understand.
So that's not a question, it's probably more an understanding of my position, of my understanding of your position, put it that way.
Sure. So there's a couple of points that I'd like to respond to there. So in terms of the discussion of out of zone or out of centre, that's a different matter in my opinion. There was discussion this morning, and you've heard from Mr. Leckie as well, around Woolworths submission ceased discretionary activity status in general industrial and similarly in general residential. We haven't got there yet, but what they're seeking is exactly that consideration. I don't think those zones align with a restricted discretionary or more permissive activity status for supermarkets, but what the discretionary activity status will do is enable consideration of those out of zone or out of centre proposals with a fulsome discretionary analysis of effects. And that's, again, something that I guess can't be compartmentalised when you talk about provision for supermarket consenting regime across the board in the district. There was another point, it'll come back to me, in terms of the centre and urban growth. The out of sequence reference that you made with respect to the NPSUD. Look, I agree. And one of the comments or one of the queries you had this morning of foodstuffs was around the role of objectives and policies if we're talking about a restricted discretionary framework. But I support your view that a district plan is there to guide and is there to set out an expectation of what is anticipated in zones. And in my view, therefore, objectives and policies are relevant even when you're at a restricted discretionary activity status, because it tells you one way or the other, this is anticipated with assessment, or this is not anticipated, and that's appropriate.
Okay, no, thank you for that. You also will have heard my questioning about perhaps some of the smaller centres, the neighbourhood centres, the local centres and so forth, about the potential for a very large supermarket to basically take up all the land, or not necessarily all the land, but a good chunk of the land, meaning that other worthwhile community and other retailing facilities could potentially be squeezed out. What's your view on that?
I agree. I have a view. So I do think it's important to consider those effects beyond the scale of the threshold that we've identified. So council has identified 1,000 square metres being the point at which they're uncomfortable with supermarkets in the local centre zone, and we can adopt that. And then beyond that point, I think it's worthwhile considering economic effects, including effects on that centre's vitality and its role and function, including the way in which the land has been taken up by this use and not others. And the same again for the neighbourhood centre zone at 450 squares. Above that, again, it's time to consider whether the scale of the supermarket adversely affects the centre's role in terms of vitality and amenity, etc., in the centre's hierarchy. So I think it is an important point to consider, and I think it's already addressed in that restricted discretionary trigger at a specific GFA relative to the centre, and the matter of discretion already outlined in the district plan, I think already gives us the opportunity to assess that.
Yeah, okay. So, but it's all considered as a restricted discretionary, and with your policy changes to policy P1, which turns it over from being a avoid incompatible to encourage compatible. Doesn't that say that in all cases, in all circumstances, consent should be granted?
No, I don't have that view. I think the process still requires an analysis against those matters of discretion. And if it's found that the supermarket proposed is not commensurate with the role and function of that centre and does adversely affect its ability to deliver in terms of services for the surrounding catchment, then there needs to be consideration of that. And that is still enabled by that status.
Okay. All right. I don't think I've got anything specific at this point, but with your leave, Chair, if there's anything that pops into my mind, I may come back, if that's okay.
That's fine. And just you can, and certainly Commissioner Alexander might have something too that he was stewing on. But yeah, thank you for those answers. And just as a follow up to that, I guess what I'd like to explore with you is the difference between restricted discretionary and full discretionary, where the trigger, the 1,000 metre, is exceeded. Bearing in mind that your point that the assessment matters already require an economic assessment to, the assessment matters allow for that to be asked for as part of the processing of the consent. If it's restricted versus if it's full, I suppose there's possibly a more likelihood that the application will be notified if it's full discretionary. But other than that, what's the main opposition to it being discretionary rather than restricted? Certainly better than non-complying, but is there really that much difference?
Yes, I think there is. So my view is that, and I recall the Foodstuffs presentation touching on this matter as well, is that a restricted discretionary activity does give you a greater level of certainty, first around the breadth of the application that you need to prepare as an applicant, the expense that you need to go to hit the right assessments relative to what council's restricted its discretion. And then there is a clear framework against which these assessments are undertaken. Fully discretionary activity status, it just introduces cost and uncertainty, in my view, without any benefit relative to what an appropriate assessment might address.
How does it do that though? Because the assessment matters enable the council to ask for an economic impact assessment, whether it's full discretionary or restricted. So why would that be a necessity that it would automatically lead to an economic assessment if it's full discretion?
So I think an economic assessment is not an issue. I think that it's appropriate that that be provided for, hence the recommendation as an RDA activity or RD activity. I think that the difficulty and the uncertainty that's introduced is that you may then find yourself discussing matters that are not relevant or effects that are not relevant. And this has arisen in other circumstances where, because perhaps you have a discretionary activity status for earthworks, say, which does occur in some districts, then you're asked for an economic impact assessment when one is not required because the activity itself is permitted. That's not the circumstance here, but as an example of how a fully discretionary activity can then allow council consideration of effects that wouldn't otherwise be analysed. And in this case, it might be broader environmental effects that aren't necessarily relevant.
I understand that point, and I'm fully aware of the difference, but in this case, what I'm talking about is when the 1,000 square metre is exceeded for, say, a 3,000 square metre supermarket. I'm still struggling with what would be an effect that's not already covered in the policies, which are, amenity, economic vitality of the centre, parking, all those things could equally be considered relevant for full discretionary. What would be the risk? What would be the other effect that isn't captured in the policies that you'd be fearful of if it was full discretionary?
So I guess my view on that is the corollary is in fact that because all of those matters are addressed in the objectives and policies and therefore are matters that should be considered, the restricted discretionary activity status just carries through that consistency and is therefore recognised that it's appropriate.
Okay, fair enough. No, that's fine. I thought I'd just explore that with you. The only other thing I wanted to raise is, as a panel, it's quite difficult for us to reconcile the relief sought by different submitters, and it appears on the face of it that the relief you're seeking is fairly similar to the foodstuffs submitter, but not in all respects, because I think not all the submissions align with the same provisions and so forth. But have you got a general comment to make on how aligned your relief would be with theirs? For instance, the new assessment matters seem quite similar for the parking, glazing, activation. Those seem quite similar. But do you think your relief is fairly well aligned with the other submitter supermarkets?
Yes, I mean, it's been some time since I've reviewed foodstuff submission. I have got a very helpful summary from Lane Neve in respect of their presentation and evidence and submissions today. So it's not something I'd necessarily comment on now, but based on listening to the presentation today, it's clear that they are very well aligned.
Yeah, no, I guess the reason I'm asking that is that the panel may, and probably for Mr. Leckie as well, may at some stage request a joint witness statement.
Sure.
We're just exploring that possibility because it is quite hard to align the relief that's sought, and it would be a nice position for the panel to be in if we had a shared set of agreements that the supermarket providers were seeking, where they've lodged submissions on the same provisions. If that's possible, and we could potentially invite the council planner to get involved in that too, but that would depend on her response, possibly in the right of reply report, as to whether the council planner is amenable to any of these changes. But I'm just putting that out there for now to assist the panel. We might ask for a joint witness statement on the provisions at some stage. Okay, so I don't know if you have any comment to that, Mr. Week.
Yeah, just one, and I think that from my perspective, I think that would be quite a sensible way to try and focus this relief up further. The only, from listening this morning, I think that the only difference in focus potentially between the two is there was quite a focus this morning on expansion of existing stores. That's something that we haven't considered as a team as much as foodstuffs look to have, but that's not to say that there's differences of opinion, and that's the kind of thing that could be discussed between the planners. But that was the only aspect that occurred to me this morning, that there was a slightly different focus there.
Thank you. That is helpful. And I think what we would, if we did ask for that, we wouldn't be expecting alignment on everything. It would be a matter of drawing any differences out as well, especially where one submitter is submitting on different provisions, hasn't asked for it in relief, that sort of thing. But it's just something that occurred to me, which I'll discuss with the panel tomorrow. So Thank you for that response. I've got no further detailed questions, but I'll hand back to the panel in case something else has cropped up. Commissioner Dash.
No, nothing more for me. Thank you.
So that's it, Mr. Leckie. Thank you very much for that presentation. Nice and concise. And I think that's the benefit of having heard our earlier questioning of the other sort of.
Yeah, we were quite grateful to be able to listen this morning. It was quite helpful to hopefully focus our presentation somewhat. So thank you.
Appreciate that and appreciate the effort you've gone to. So thank you again. Right, we'll go to the next submitter now, which is the known as the Carter Group. So are they somewhere nearby? Can you hear me, Mr. Phillips? Yep.
Yes, I can.
Oh, you can. Oh, good. I didn't have my mic on. Sorry, that's why you didn't hear me.
All right.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the hearing. Are you presenting by yourself, or you're waiting for some other people? Or?
Lucy Forrester, who's legal counsel for the submitters. I think she's just joined by the looks of things, and we've got Greg Akehurst as well. So maybe
okay, we'll
questions to Lucy.
Yep. No, that's all right. We'll get ourselves organised here too.
Everybody. Yeah.
Business. Ms. Forrester, yep, you're with us.
Hello,
okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, thank you for coming on.
Yes, yeah, thank you for having us. And we checked Greg is available as well. Is he on?
Sorry, it's breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure whether it's a microphone issue or it's your voice is breaking up a bit.
Yeah, I was just checking. Do we have Greg Akehurst?
Yes, I'm online as well.
Excellent, great. So I'll just kick off. I'm just doing a wee introduction for the various Carter Group companies. So my name is Lucy Forrester. I am representing the Carter Group companies, and there's a number of them listed in the front of the evidence today. So I did circulate a couple of summaries around earlier to the hearings administrator. I'm not sure if the panel has received those yet, but
yes, we've got those. Yep, thank you. Yep.
Oh yeah, excellent. So yeah, I'll just kick off by introducing Mr. Greg Akehurst, who will be presenting economic evidence, and then Jeremy Phillips on planning will follow from that. And I'm here to assist with any legal questions the panel might have, but no legal submissions were filed for this hearing.
All right. Yeah, your voice is breaking up a little bit, so we might go to one of your witnesses now, if that suits. Who would you like to go first?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Greg Akehurst can go now.
First, okay. Welcome along, Mr. Akehurst.
Afternoon.
Yeah, we're in your hands. We've got your statement, and if you wish to highlight any points, that's fine. Thank you.
I guess I will probably just read. My statement is relatively brief and constrained in terms of the issues that it covers. So maybe it's easier if I just read through section 3 of the summary statement, which outlines kind of the key points, and then maybe answer questions after that.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, with respect to the provisions I've reviewed, I find at 3.1 CMU 02 that replacing the term "do not undermine" with "avoid significant adverse effects on" better reflects the requirements of the RMA, as it allows the identification of meaningful impacts on town centres. At 3.2 CMU P1, adding in a scale or a threshold to the criteria, similar to the one above, allows decision makers to assess likely level of effects. This is best achieved by adding the word "significant," and that has been outlined in Mr. Phillips' redrafting of those provisions. CMU MAT1. The intent of this provision is to protect town centre zone from outer centre development. However, including a full economic impact assessment does not achieve this, as it is too broad and is not focused on the key retail distribution issues. Therefore, I believe that provision should probably be removed. and the modifying the wording of the second criteria to again include the words significant effects allows for a more focused review and better decision making. At 3.4, the LFRZ4 provision. This provision restricts food and beverage retail to 150 square metres, except it allows one retailer to be up to 1,000 square metres. This doesn't make any sense and removes existing development rights under the ODP. In my opinion, a maximum GFA in the zone of 1,000 square metres should be provided for without a tenancy limit. The number of outlets that facilitates does not alter the impact it would have on town centre zones. And finally, there are a number of provisions, and I've listed them in my main primary statement, that classify activities that do not comply as non-complying. However, if they were provided with a discretionary status, it allows council a more balanced approach to consider all of the effects of these activities with reference to the plan. So just concluding, in general, I support the wording provided by Mr. Phillips in his evidence, and I'm happy to answer any questions on that information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akehurst. We'll just, I'll just hand over to the panel this time and then have some questions of my own at the end. We'll come back. Okay. Raywin, do you have any questions of Mr. Akehurst?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. Just bear with me while I bring the questions up. Actually, can I come back? I've lost it now.
That's right. That's fine. But Lindsay, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. I guess my only question is in relation to your comments about CMUZ matter 1. You're seeking deletion of the first bullet point about the economic impacts of the town centre.
That's what
I think I know what that was intended to say, but do you feel that the wider economic impacts on vitality, functionality, etc. of a town centre is adequately covered in the other 2 bullet points which remain? I see you've missed a suggestion about, trying to quantify significant adverse effects in there as being one of them, but is that broad enough from an economic sense to be able to distinguish if there is any retail distribution effects upon any other town centres as a result of this activity going forward?
So I've been carrying out these sorts of studies for probably 20 some years, since the mid-90s. In just about every case, it relies on the wording that we've recommended here, assessing the significant adverse effects on town centres as being the mechanism by which all of those effects on amenity, vibrancy, vitality are assessed. I can't recall having assessed effects using a full economic impact assessment on the town centre as a result of non-centre retail activity. And the reason for that is that they are very, very broad. You will, in a full retail impact assessment, you may pick up a range of positive effects that come about from retail that is potentially locating out of centre that impact on the economic activity that occurs within a town centre, but may not actually impact on the vibrancy, vitality and people activity that you're trying to preserve within your town centre. And so you may end up with a perverse situation where you're generating positive net economic effects as a result of out of centre retail development, yet undermining the vibrancy and vitality of that centre. And I just don't think that you're adding anything by having that kind of really broad catch-all in that first provision, where you can produce robust analysis under the modified provisions to answer the questions that are relevant in RMA terms.
Yeah, but doesn't conversely, you mentioned about the positive impacts of potential out of town centre zone activities, but those matters are purely focused on adverse effects. It doesn't give the applicant the opportunity to say these are the good positive things that this can do for the economy, whereas the remaining ones are all about adverse effects on the existing town centres. Is that fair?
To an extent. I mean, this might actually be a legal question rather than for the economists, but I would have thought that because the RMA is an enabling act and that it's the things that it's trying to protect are the adverse effects of enabling activity elsewhere, that and maybe it doesn't necessarily need to concern itself directly with those positive spin-offs that occur as a result of development that might occur anywhere within the city.
Yeah, well, the definition of effect also includes positive effect. It just doesn't relate to adverse effects. So, you know, perhaps it's a planning question or a legal question.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it's just that you know, as I said at the beginning of my statement, I don't think I have come across in my experience having to do a full economic impact assessment as a result of a retail development occurring outside of a centre, and it's been relatively a successful process in my experience over the years.
But if you were sitting in the hands of a council, regardless of where it is, and it's something which occurs, and you have perhaps a marginal or struggling town centre, and this particular activity might actually be the nail in the coffin for this area, isn't it appropriate that you know, the wider economic effects of the activity are actually taken into account?
But I'm still not clear that can't be taken into account under the proposed.
I guess my question was more around your view that you've never had to take a wider economic effects process before.
No, I guess the point I was making is that I've never come across a full economic impact assessment being required to assess the effects of retail impact on a town centre. That is a little different from not actually carrying out that process under the provisions that have been proposed. It's just that it seems like it's a belt and braces approach to something that can be a little bit more focused.
Okay, so it's a matter of focus, because you know, I think to be fair, around the country there have been examples of outer centre developments which have had a detrimental effect on existing town centres. So
very much so.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to be able to focus the assessment matters for those activities on the, you know, on what are the real issues to be looked at.
Yes, agree.
In town centres. Not that it's saying that. Not that I'm saying it might occur in Selwyn, but you know, I guess we're talking about at a higher level than that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just come back to your comments or your requests around LFRZ 4.
Sure.
In the section 42A report, the overview's been broadened. It's no longer specifically referring to just the Ralston large format retail zone, but just turning into a more general zone that could apply elsewhere in the district. And am I right in reading essentially what you're requesting, while it's consistent with the current consent, for the Rolleston large format zone actually will be more restrictive than that is which is proposed in the proposed district plan, in terms of the current consent allows a maximum total of 1,000 square meters for food and beverage, whereas the proposed plan restricts it to one large tenant of up to 1,000 square meters, or one large outlet, and any number of small ones. So effectively, you're requesting what would in fact be a more restrictive environment than is proposed.
This may be something that should be directed to Mr. Phillips. I was under the impression that the constraint was 150 square meters and one tenant up to 1,000 square meters.
Correct. I can elaborate or clarify either now or later. I think maybe just jumping in for the sake of clarification. The rule as proposed, my reading is any number of tenancies up to 150 square meters, one tenant of up to 1,000 square meters. The status quo in terms of the operative plan is any number of tenants up to 150 square meters for food and beverage, and then except that for 1,000 square meters, you can slice it and dice it how you wish. So you could have one tenant of 1,000 square meters, two tenants of 500 square meters, three tenants of 330 square meters, or a combination thereof. Effectively, up to 1,000 square meters is able to be allocated at the discretion of the applicant.
Well, as I read R4, it says the maximum of the activity does not exceed 150 square meters per individual tenancy, except one individual tenancy up to 1,000 square meters. It doesn't actually specify a total. You could have 10 150 square meters and 1,000. I mean, that's my reading, and I could well be wrong, and I'm happy to have you confirm that I am wrong. But
your reading is what I understand the rule to propose, and what we are seeking is that that 1,000 square meters isn't limited to one tenant, that 1,000 square meters can be allocated to any number of tenants. So you could.
Okay, I was a little bit. I'm still a little bit confused that it could be that your submission could be read to be back to where it's a total of 1,000 that could be spread over 1,000 or 1,500 and a few smaller ones. I come back to it in your presentation.
Sure.
I won't hold it up right now.
Sorry. Yep.
Well, yeah, just on that, I had a question about that too. From an economics perspective, I need to understand what the magic is about rationing the number of tenants. Could it be something to do with the more tenancies you provide for within the same floor space total would provide a bigger offering for the local people in terms of what's sold, rather than one conglomerated store that maybe sells a limited number of products? Is that something that's relevant to this? It's just food and beverages, but is there an advantage in having a number of smaller ones rather than one big one from an offering point of view?
Potentially. The reality is that if you have a successful large food and beverage operator that's operating at 1,000 square meters, which would be very large, then that is all turnover that is potentially to be spent within the town centre, and whether it is that amount of money in one entity within the LFR zone, or split between 6 or 7 entities within the LFR zone, it is still a volume of expenditure that won't necessarily occur within the town centre. So, I mean, my position is that if it is successful and it is of that scale, then there is an amount of money that is being withdrawn from the town centre, regardless of whether it is one tenant or 5 or 6 tenants. There is an argument, as you've pointed out, that says that if it's 5 or 6 tenants, it may be a bit more attractive than if it is one, and there is some merit in that. But assuming that they are successful, it's really a volume of expenditure issue.
No, that's right. That's certainly the economic rationale. I was thinking like something like a Raywoods Fresh, for instance. Would that be around 1,000 square metres? In some cases, or not that big? Getting up there, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pretty big. Yes. Yeah.
Maybe if I can assist at this time too, jumping in, is that the genesis of that rule at the time it was drafted, I think the thinking was that within that LFR centre there may be one or two brew bar type restaurants of a larger scale, so a Cobb & Co or a Monteith's or Spates brew bar that would be almost like an anchor restaurant bar of a larger scale than the 150 square metres, which normally caters for sort of convenience and smaller scale food and beverage offering. So I think that was the rationale for it. That's ended up in the operative plan, and I think that's ultimately the position that the submitter's seeking to preserve.
No, that's fine. We'll probably discuss that one enough, but I would be interested in the officer response to the request there in terms of the right of reply report. That would be one matter we would like some response on in particular.
Excuse me, Chair. Can I ask my question now?
Yes, certainly.
It also pertains to 3.4, and it's really the last sentence. So, into my mind, that if you had half a dozen tenancies within 1,000 square metres, that would be half a dozen tenancies that would receive money. Surely that would have an impact on the town centre zone.
Is that a question for Mr. Akehurst? I think it probably is.
I think for Mr. Akehurst, that's who I was targeting. Sorry.
Okay, there you go.
And you're saying that because there's half a dozen tenancies locating in this zone,
large format retail zone, yeah,
that they're not locating in the town centre zone.
Yes.
Right.
So they would be spending money in the LFR zone, but not in the town centre. And I'm looking at your last sentence in 3.4 about it not having any impact on the town centre. Am I not understanding that right?
So from my perspective, I'm looking at it in terms of the volume of expenditure that is being pulled from the town centre, and the way that I analyse it, and the way that I would normally analyse it, is that if that money is coming out of the town centre, regardless of whether it's spent at one entity or 5 or 6 entities, it is still the same volume of money that would otherwise be spent in the town centre. So the net difference is, there's not a net difference between those two situations.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. All right. One more question.
I have a very similar question about and it did concern that sentence, that whilst a greater number of small outlets may not increase the spend over them, but the sheer number can increase the attractiveness and make it a destination which then detracts on the town centre. Example I would use is how the Bushland Centre has developed in Christchurch, where there's a whole number of small food outlets that makes it a very, very attractive and very it's a great destination to go to in an evening, because you can go there and find an outlet that suits how you feel what you want to eat. And that if the large format zone developed in that way, that could have a destination impact on the town centre. While it may not have an economic impact, the same amount of money is spent there, it becomes a much more attractive destination, which then does impact on the town centre. Does that make sense? That's what I'm trying to tease out with a restriction, so that it doesn't become a direct competitor in that way. I think that's what was intended in the current district plan.
Yes, there is merit in what you're saying there. There will be some aspects of, if it does develop along those lines, that it would be an attractive alternative to the town centre. So yes, yep.
All right, thank you for that. What we'll do is we'll move on to Mr. Phillips now, if that suits, and we may come back depending on what comes out of the discussion. So, Mr. Phillips, thank you.
Good afternoon. So if you have your summary before you, I can probably start from paragraph 3 and 4. You have that before you?
we do. We got it by email just before lunch.
Right. So yeah. Okay. So in terms of paragraph 4, starting there, my evidence provides the reasoning for the amendments that I consider are appropriate. However, in summary, 4.1, objective CMUZ02, policy CMUZ-P1, and assessment matters in CMUZ-MET1 are generally appropriate in my view. However, amendments are required to ensure that the scale and the significance of effects on the viability and function of the town centre zone that these provisions seek to avoid are qualified. So accounting for the discount brands case, these provisions should, in my view, refer to the avoidance of significant adverse effects on the viability and function of the town centre zone. Secondly, a number of LFRZ rules warrant discretionary activity status rather than non-complying status, as is proposed, to more appropriately recognise the diverse range of activities that may seek consent and their variance in effects and their acceptability. Also, a number of LFRZ rules warrant restricted discretionary status rather than discretionary, as is proposed, given that the discrete nature of issues or effects that are relevant to those rules can be adequately addressed by existing and new assessment matters. Fourthly, non-notification clauses are appropriate for certain LFRZ rules that I've identified where the nature of the rules is such that third-party involvement is unlikely to assist in the determination of those of consent applications concerning those rules. For LFRZR4, which we've just discussed, in my view, that requires amendment to provide greater flexibility for activities to establish up to that 1,000 square metre cap. Such an amendment is consistent with the status quo in the operative plan and is supported by Mr. Akhurst. And lastly, rule REQ3, height in relation to boundary, in my view, should be deleted on the basis that such a requirement does not apply in the surrounding general industrial zone. There are no sensitive sites or land uses within or in the vicinity of the LFR zone, and the nature of large format retail development is such that large and or high buildings developed adjacent and up to site boundaries would be an anticipated and typical outcome. Happy to help with any questions you might have.
Yeah, thank you. We'll just take any questions from the panel. Mark, are you ready to go with the question? No. Okay. Raymond, do you have any questions of the plan?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. Lindsay?
Just a couple, thanks, Mr. Phillips. Looking at your amendments to CMUZ, the O2 and P1, the pair, same amendment that you're looking at. So the way it reads at the moment is that if you're looking at any activity which is going to have or do not, it may undermine the function or the viability of a town centre in the first one, or it would adversely affect it. By having a significance criteria, you're therefore accepting as part of that policy that something with moderate effects or something less than significant effects is going to be acceptable. Is that how I'm reading it?
Correct. I think fundamentally my view is that those provisions, particularly within a void directive and the strength behind that, there needs to be quite clear qualification as to what it is that you're seeking to avoid, and that significant adverse effects would be the appropriate threshold for that. I think if the intent is to have a more nuanced direction, then more comprehensive changes would be needed to the provisions to reflect that. I caught some of the last planning witnesses' comments around sort of flipping the tone of those provisions, I think it was, to focus on encouragement and enablement. I mean, that's another approach, but it's quite different. I think as worded, if you're seeking to avoid activities due to their effects on the town centre, then there's a need to distinguish significant effects from normal trade competition effects.
So how would you determine significant effects? What is significant, moderate, low? If you're looking at what say landscape architects use when they look at the significance of an effect and so forth, they have a highly descriptive view on what significant means and what moderate means, etc. If you're going to be looking at something potentially, and that's not only large format retail, but these apply just generally, which is going to either undermine or have an effect upon the town centre. How are you going to be able to say that whether that's significant or not? And in whose view is it significant too? Is it the applicant?
I think it would would come fundamentally down to the economic evidence. I mean, I think the use of the word significant is on the basis that is commonly used in retail distribution applications, where again a distinction has to be made between normal trade competition effects and something more detrimental in terms of its impact. I think.
But if you put your decision maker hat on and you've got to work out whether something is significant or not, where's the guidance there to something about, because it might be a moderate impact, but it might really affect one existing retailer or something like that in another location?
Well, I think that's where your contextual assessment would come in, and depending on the evidence before you, and again, primarily that economic evidence. I mean, you may have evidence before you suggesting that there might be a moderate effect, but it's not of a magnitude that's going to result in issues in terms of viability and function. Conversely, you might have evidence saying that a particular activity or activities are of a scale or type or nature that they would be ruinous and that they would be in that space. So I think it'll be horses for courses. But as I say, I think my key view is that to seek to avoid activities and having such a strong policy message, there needs to be quite a clear qualification as to where that threshold is, and the courts have consistently referred to significant effects rather than normal trade competition effects.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we'll leave that one there. The other one is discretionary non-complying issues for your list of things. I understand for commercial activities, I understand for food and beverage activities, potentially other retail activities. I can sort of understand how your case might be made, but you've got what in other terms might have been called a spot zone, large format retail zone, which provides for a certain range of activities, and it's targeted to the provision of those. So why should there be an exception for a community facility? Because it's not located in a town centre where it should be for a community facility, and same for an educational facility. Have you got any views on my view on that? You're actually by saying they're discretionary instead of non-complying, you're actually indicating that these things can make a case to be located in a particular zone which has been allocated for a particular purpose.
Well, I think again that's the key point. That's about being in a position to make a case, and it would depend on the circumstances. I mean, a community facility that might, trying to think of examples. Some small childcare facility that's catering to the needs of workers in the surrounding industrial area that might be quite compatible with a large format zone. If you think of some of the large LFR centres that are within sort of Christchurch or other areas, preschools are not an uncommon example. They might fit in terms of amenity and consistency, and again they might be supporting local needs which might make them appropriate. Conversely, if you have them on the fringe of the zone, they may be completely incompatible in terms of reasons of reverse sensitivity. So I think the key point there is, if there is the possibility that those activities could make the case, then the community facilities are unlikely to in their own right significantly detract from the role of the town centre zone, then that should be open to consideration.
So under your scenario, they'd still pass the gateway as a non-compliant activity anyway?
Yes, yep, yeah. If the circumstances stood up, and I think I acknowledge that in my evidence in terms of saying it sort of cuts both ways, that the fundamentally the considerations are the same in terms of you've got broad discretion in terms of effects and consistency with policy provisions. It's really where that balance should be appropriately struck.
But isn't also the district plan needed to give specific direction and specific guidance? And by having something as non-compliant, it's saying, well, it's not foreseen in this particular area. Well, particularly when you're looking at something as site-specific as a large format retail zone.
Yeah, I'd probably accept that for some of those activities on the fringe, for example, like community activities, which don't really at face value again, align with that purpose of the zone, they might warrant that non-complying status. But again, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I think, in my view, I think conceivably there'll be cases where those activities would appropriately fit, and a discretionary status may provide for that. But then equally, a non-complying wouldn't necessarily turn its face against them either.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I've got nothing more.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of fairly minor questions, probably, Mr. Phillips. Just to follow up that discussion about significance and the language, I think what you're asking is that the words undermine the centre are replaced with don't have significant effects on. So I suppose from a planning point of view, your argument is that that's more in line with the RMA speak, isn't it? Significance, and also the retail distributional type language that's ensconced in case law, isn't it? So in other words, if we don't accept your relief, we go back to the word undermine, and the question is that a better word or not? Any further comment on that?
Correct. So I think my view is significant is widely used, and it requires interpretation, but is perhaps better understood than undermine. I think with reference to Mr. Akehurst's evidence, he referred to the dictionary definition of undermine, which could be interpreted to mean any effect, which is certainly the concern I have with the wording used in P1, that sort of suggests that any effect could be problematic in light of that policy. So I think significant is more widely used, and the wording that's currently proposed creates uncertainty.
Right, okay. The only other question I had was about non-notification clauses, which we haven't probably discussed much, but as I understand it, you're asking for non-notification for what might be termed minor matters like outdoor storage and landscaping rules, which not so much minor, but they're more related to localised effects. And so I think the point you're making is that they should be able to be non-notified, because how would third-party involvement improve the process? Or, what benefit would there be in publicly notifying an excess of outdoor storage? Is that? Do you want to elaborate on that one a wee bit more? I think the officer disagrees with you on that one. That's all.
Yeah, I think some of them are more straightforward than others. I mean, I think, for example, things like servicing, you've either got servicing or you haven't. That's not necessarily an issue that third parties are going to benefit from being involved in a consent application. I think, in fairness, the issue of height, landscaping and street boundary setbacks may be matters that the panel, if it felt it wanted to default to a rules framework that was more open to notification, could decide that those are matters that the ability to notify or limit to notify applications should be preserved. My view is that in the context of an LFR zone and what's envisaged to occur, and particularly in the context of this one where it's distant from sensitive activities and particularly residential zones, there's a case to be made for having those resource consents under those rules. It's just a matter where the council can determine appropriateness and consent conditions, and that there's not going to be a lot added by the input of third parties. I think the key thing is that at the end of the day, an application made for development that's over height, for example, where the effects are concluded to be significant or problematic, council has the ability to make a substantive call on that in terms of refusing consent or imposing conditions or otherwise. But again,
yes, so your submission is quite specific as to which ones it seeks to be non-notified. It's not a blanket.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll come back to that. Look, I've got no further questions. I'm not sure if any of the other panel want to ask any more questions. No? All right. Thank you very much for your time. Ms. Forrester, I'm not sure if you want to wrap up, or we've got no further questions at this stage. So. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
We'll, in that case, we'll adjourn the hearing and I'll just ask the panel to stay on.